Farticles mind you.
Welcome to Homo Freakian World, and we're your hosts.
I'm St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian.
I'm Keystone Homo Freakins, and we're excited to share our world with you.
Party on, live in the now, and be excellent to each other. We're dropping in on the latest Homo Freakian World story time.
Catch Nar in the latest episode of the Beat Generation Revisited.
Hey there, and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Narrator.
Last time, we met Kitty, a Vocaloid artist with a big dream, to create a song that would make the whole world sing along. Now, that dream has become a reality, but she's found that a band isn't a solo act. Her song, Neon Melody, needs a crew, a family, a band.
Join us as we follow Kitty on her journey through the metaverse to recruit her bandmates and form the ultimate group, Furry Muffin. Ready to plug in and space out as we explore the next chapter of her story. Finding the Muffins.
Kitty and the Furry Muffins Metaverse Tour. Kitty stood alone on a digital stage, a single spotlight illuminating her pink hair and determined expression. Her dream of becoming a Vocaloid star was finally real, but the silence of the empty venue echoed in her ears. A band wasn't a solo act. She needed a family, a band. She did the Furry Muffins. Time to go recruiting, she whispered. Her was 6 metropolis of sound. Data streams flow like rivers between powering skyscrapers of pure code. In the heart of the city's busiest plaza, she found her, a catwoman with hair as blue as a hitch in the system, shredding a guitar with lightning-fast fingers. Her name was Blueberry, and her music was a sweet, chaotic symphony. I'm putting a band together, Kitty said, her voice cutting through digital. Kitty, furry, her face. Next, they dove into data dungeons, a labyrinth of forgotten code and corrupted files. It was a dangerous place, but rumor had it a legendary bassist lurked in its depths. They found her guarding a treasure chest of rare sound files. Gorgonaut TVK, a stoic catwoman with dark hair, had a bass guitar that hummed with a long howl. We need a beat that can shake the foundations of the metaverse, Blueberry declared. Gorgonaut TVK simply nodded, her fingers plucking a low, resonant note that vibrated through their avatars. The quest for the Furry Muffins was halfway complete. Their search for a drummer led them to the Rhythm Ruins, an ancient server farm where the ghosts of old programs danced to forgotten beats. There, amidst pulsating servers, they found Harrietta. Her drumsticks were a blur, creating complex polyrhythms that sounded like the heartbeat of the metaverse itself. Your rhythm, it's alive, Kitty breathed. Harrietta, a catwoman with a quiet intensity, simply smiled. Every beat tells a story, she said. I want to help you tell yours. With a drummer secured, only one muffin was left to find. The final member was the most elusive, a rhythm guitarist known only as Pinky. They found her in the Pixel Gardens, a serene world of cherry blossom trees made of light. She was sitting under a tree, her fingers dancing on the strings of her guitar, weaving melodies that made the digital flowers bloom. We're Kitty and the Furry Muffins, Kitty announced. Her knees proudly behind her, and we need a heart for our music. Pinky looked up, her eyes sparkling. I've been waiting for a song to call home, she said, joining the group without hesitation. Back on the digital stage, the spotlight was no longer on a single performer. It illuminated 5 catwomen, 5 musicians, 5 friends. Kitty raised her microphone. "Hello, Metaverse," she shouted, her voice amplified by the power of her band. The roar of the virtual crowd was deafening. The Furry Muffins had arrived.
Dug the scene, man. From that lonely digital stage, Kid E had to go recruit a cat shredding sweet, chaotic sound in Sin City. Then it was down to the dark side, the data dungeons, to find the deep, low rumble of bassist Gorgonaut TVK. Beat was found in the rhythm ruins with Harrietta, whose sticks were a blur of polyrhythms, the metaverse's own crazy heartbeat. And finally, the groove soul Pinky in the serene Pixel Gardens. 5 cat chicks, 5 musicians, the Furry Muffins, the scene set, the sound is huge. Our starlet's got cosmic eyes, man. That metaverse ain't big enough. Now, we talking moon stage. Groove out. So there it is, man, the cosmic groove of the night, fading out like a square's memory. Dig this, cats and kittens. If the sounds we laid down truly sent a jolt of hep through your tired little minds, then you gotta give a little thump of appreciation. You know the score. Hit that like the verse, you're old tied up with us forever. Slap that subscribe like it owes you rent, you dig? And don't be a sleeper. Ring that little bell, the chime of the cosmos, so the next time we drop the next far-out transmission, you're the first cool cat on the scene. Stay loose. Stay gone. Narrator signing off. Peace, man.
Suavecito así, déjame sentirte suavecito así. Pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí. Pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí.
Every time I see me looking at you, the love alone that you give me one. Every time when me looking at me, you look better than no other day. Kill a lot of girl, don't go off to come off. But now you know you want the beat and me up a chill. I know that girl don't go off to come off. But baby, you want the beat and me.
Ay, qué linda que sueña con ella todas las noches. Ay, qué linda que sueña con ella todas las noches. Y fuera la última vez. Consigo yo ser bien, siento que soy mal. Como un campo me tienes fan. así. Pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí. Pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí.
Every time I see me looking at you, the love alone me you give me one. Every time when me looking at me, you look girl and no more than I. Girl, I know that girl don't go off to come off, but I you know the what they beat on me and me up a girl. I know that girl don't go off to come off, but baby you want the beat on me.
Tú me tienes en altura, baby, tú me subes temperatura. Yo no quiero perderte, yo no quiero perderte. Déjame conocerte, contigo perreármelo. Ay, qué rico se ve eso. Te ves como travieso. Quiero probar tu beso. Estoy buscando un gatito como tú, que me des por la mañana, por la noche y todo el día. Estoy buscando un gatito como tú, que me des por la mañana, por la noche y todo el día. La pendiente de rozar y de matraca, taca. Entonces, ¿quién te espera?
Como te canto, como te explico rápidamente, me colgando los patos de la gente que sigue escuchando. Porque avanzando que esta noche que te quiero tener hasta el amanecer, porque sabes que tú eres mi mujer.
Ay, qué linda que sueñas con ella todas las noches. Ay, qué linda que sueñas con ella todas las noches. Y cuando la ves, desea besarla como si fuera la última vez, la última vez.
Que si yo voy a hacer del amor en la cama, porque yo sabes que tú eres mi cama. De los días que en la cama tú y yo, sé que tú eres mi princesa y la voy en la cama tú y yo, hasta el amanecer. Y yo quiero hacerte el amor.
Como tú, no hay nadie, nadie como tú. Las horas no me canso. Ando con mi gente disfrutando la sola, aquí no hay descanso. Pasan las horas y yo no me canso. Ando con mi gente disfrutando las horas y aquí no hay descanso. Borracha de amor, de amor, de amor, de amor por ti. Ando borracho de amor, de amor, de amor por ti. La fama, consigo yo sentir diciendo que soy mal. Con un tiempo me tienes dando buenas, baby. Dime si te entiendo, bonitas, baby. Ay, me sentirte suavecito así. Déjame sentirte suavecito así. Pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí. Pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí.
Every time I see me looking at you, the love alone me you give me one. Every time when me looking at me, you look girl and no more than I. Girl, I love that girl, don't go off to come off, but now you know the what they beat on me and me up a chill. I know that girl don't go off to come off, but baby you want the beat on me.
Tú me tienes en altura, baby, tú me subes temperatura. Yo no quiero perderte, yo no quiero perderte. Déjame criármelo.
All right, let's dive right in. Today, we're breaking down one of the weirdest, most wonderfully bizarre stories I've come across in a long time. We're talking about plumbing, we're talking about philosophy, and, well, psychedelic gas. You heard me right. Let's get into it. So let me just ask you this. What if a bathroom emergency was actually a spiritual quest? I know, it sounds ridiculous, but that's the central question here. It takes something super mundane, something we all go through, and turns it into something else entirely. You're gonna wanna stick around for this. Okay, so to really get this, you first have to understand where we are. Welcome to Homo Freakin' World. Just picture this, a cozy little cabin studio deep in the woods. You can almost smell the cedar and hear these like cosmic tunes floating around. And this place, it's home to some seriously unique characters. So who are these characters? Let's meet the crew. First up, you've got St. Don Domenico. He's our hero, a musician with a, let's just call it a very special biological gift for now. Then there's Peace, his cosmic soulmate and partner in crime. And wrapping it all up, the guy who's telling us this whole story, narrator. Think of him as this super serious beatnik philosopher who narrates their every move. Right, so before we even get into what happens, you need to understand the central, let's call it the magical element here. It's kind of the engine that drives the whole plot, and trust me, this is where you start to realize just how weird this whole thing is gonna get. Okay, here it is. St. Don has what's called the rainbow fart power. Yeah, apparently after some wild jam session during a meteor shower, he got this ability. He can produce this glorious rainbow-colored cloud that just instantly calms down anyone who gets a whiff of it. The text literally calls it a toot of tranquility. I'm not making this up. All right, so every great story needs a conflict, right? A call to adventure. It's less a call to adventure than a call from nature, if you know what I mean. Just call a stomach ache, he describes as this deep existential rumbling. It's so poetic, so dramatic, and honestly, it's hilarious. So here's how the crisis builds. It's like a 3-act tragedy. Act 1. St. Don feels what's politely called a low-end urgency. Act 2. He runs to the bathroom only to find the toilet has had a catastrophic failure. Oh no. Which leads us to Act 3, the great outdoor journey. It's a mad dash to the old outhouse. The stakes could not be higher. Okay, this next part? This is the absolute core of the comedy. This is where we see narrator's whole beatnik philosophy thing just go into overdrive. He takes this frantic run to the toilet and turns it into a full-blown spiritual pilgrimage. The difference between what's really happening and his description of it is magnificent. Okay, picture it. St. Don is booking it across the yard. The pressure is building. And then a little stressed out preemptive puff of his rainbow power escapes. You know, just a simple biological thing that happens. But is that what our narrator sees? Oh no. To him, this isn't just a simple event. He calls it a chromatic rejection of societal norms. All of a sudden, a fart isn't just a fart, it's an act of rebellion. Of course it is. So this little rainbow cloud, it drifts over and envelops a squirrel that's just minding its own business. St. Don just keeps running right past it. And according to narrator, this wasn't just any squirrel anymore. No, this squirrel had achieved nirvana through exposure to his effluvium. Get this, he apparently interviewed the squirrel later and asked it if the cloud tasted like surrender. You can't make this stuff up. And at last, our hero makes it. He reaches his destination, his sanctuary, a humble, kind of falling apart, cobweb-covered outhouse. The end of the line. But to narrator, is it just an old shed? No way. Those cobwebs, they're the entanglements of the past, clinging to the buttocks of the present. Wow, just wow, what a metaphor. So this really just breaks it all down, doesn't it? On one hand, you have the simple, let's face it, lowbrow reality of the situation. And on the other, you have narrator's ridiculously highbrow. The comedy, the absolute genius of it, is all in that massive gap. He makes it. Just in the nick of time, he reaches his wooden throne. And as narrator so perfectly puts it, the cosmic balance of the low end was restored. Mission accomplished. The pilgrimage was a success. Okay, now that we've lived through that journey with him, let's take a step back. Let's actually dissect this cosmic joke. Why does this work so well? What makes it so funny? It really comes down to a few key things, right? First, you're taking something totally and epic. It's also a perfect parody of that super serious, everything is deep beatnik philosophy. The main thing, though, is that contrast, that juxtaposition of really smart-sounding language with a really dumb subject. And then you throw in all this psychedelic imagery, and suddenly a plumbing problem feels like a cosmic event. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought, doesn't it? This whole story, as ridiculous as it is really all about perspective. It kind of makes you think, what if we narrated our own little daily struggles with that much epic drama? You know, like making your coffee in the morning is a sacred ritual, or being stuck in traffic is a test of karmic patience. So I'll leave you with this. What's some everyday event in your life that's just waiting to be turned into its own cosmic journey?
I said to you last night I'm sorry for all the shit I can't take back. This time I'm trying. I don't think that is right. I'm sorry.
Tommy, you feel a classic setup for a story about floods. And it's a little peek behind the curtain at the writer's craft. A name is never just a name, especially in a script this detailed. Dr. Shimizu's name literally means clear water and flower. That is absolutely not a coincidence. It's a subtle clue that tells the audience exactly who she is and what she represents. A source of clarity, nature, and healing for Kit. So we have our setting, we have our characters. Now let's get into the dialogue, because this is where the mystery of Miso Honi really starts to unfold, turning a weird dream into something with some seriously deep personal meaning. Just listen to how Kitty talks about her dream. It's not straightforward at all. It's sensory, and it's all her miso soup, but mixed with honey. Of comforting and totally unexpected, that tells us way more about how she sees the world than any plain description ever could. And there it is, the moment the whole idea gets its name. And notice that contrast again, a soft lullaby mixed with a funky beat. Miso Honi is what she calls this beautiful, strange contradiction. She isn't just describing a dream, she's putting a name on her inner world, making it real and definable. This line right here, this is the turning point. Dr. Shimizu takes Kitty's quirky, creative description and gives it real weight. She translates the poetry of the dream into its psychological meaning, a subconscious desire for balance. And with that one line, the whole story clicks. The glowing muffin isn't just some random image anymore. It's a symbol for Kitty's search for harmony. But remember, a script is so much more than words on a page. It's a blueprint for the visuals and the sound. Now that the dialogue has given us our theme of balance, let's look at how the script builds the final layer of the whole experience, telling the camera and the composer exactly what to do to create this immersive dreamscape. You know, the script is super specific about what we're supposed to see. It calls for close-ups on Kitty's eyes to show us what she's feeling inside, and these surreal visuals that mix Japanese imagery with abstract shapes. But the most telling cue is this one, brief flashes of Kitty in a fighting stance. Wow, that one visual tells us about the conflict that's just raging inside her, this fierce hidden side that's the complete opposite of the calm therapy room. And the sound design perfectly mirrors the story. The Miso Honi theme starts off really subtle, you might barely notice it, but it gets more and more intense as Kitty goes deeper into her dream. And just like her dream, the music itself is a mix of opposites. You've got traditional Japanese instruments blending with modern synths. The music literally becomes the Miso Honi feeling. So here's the big takeaway from all of this. In a really well-crafted script, nothing is an accident. Those quirky statues, the meaning behind a character's name, the specific blend of instruments in the music, every single detail is a deliberate choice. It's a little brick being carefully laid in the foundation of the story. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought to chew on. Before Kit even says the word dream, we already get the central conflict, don't we? This search for calm in the middle of her own inner chaos. It really makes you wonder, how much of a story is being told before the characters even open their mouths to speak?
Kitty, please come in. The tea is warm and the room is ready. Dr. Shimizu? I'm Kitty. I have an appointment? Yes, Kitty. Please, have a seat. So, Kitty, you've been experiencing strange dreams? Yeah. You know, strange dreams? Interesting. Tell me more about your strange dreams. There are colors like miso soup, but mixed with honey. And the melody, it's kind of like a lullaby, but with a funky beat. It's like miso honey. Miso honey? A unique combination. Perhaps your subconscious is trying to tell you something about balance. Sweet and savory, light and dark. Do you think it has anything to do with the furry muffins? Everything is connected, Kitty. Let us explore the depths of your mind and see what truths are hidden there. All right, let's do this. Close your eyes, Kitty. Breathe deeply. Let the sounds of the city fade away. Focus on the warmth of the tea, the sense of beincense.
Hypnosis is usually induced by a procedure known as a hypnotic induction involving a series of preliminary instructions and suggestion. The use of hypnotism for therapeutic purposes is referred to as hypnotherapy.
Break with my fist!
Can't stop, boys go dey GK by force. Everybody dey I want it. Last we go set to by loss. Shake, can't stop, boys go dey GK by force. Everybody
wanna fight. Somebody's every time once if I made a grown man lose his mind.
want to fall. We all don't wanna fight. The way you set the tone, made it all man lose it.
Shake, can't stop. Boys who get GK, like force everybody get I want it. Last week we said tonight us, bad man.
Do you wanna lick my ice cream now? Do you wanna lick it, suck it, touch it? Do you wanna lick my ice cream now?
Alright, your touch could be enough. It's all I need. Just a crush, a little rush when you're with me. Oh, your touch could be enough. It's all I need. Just a crush, a little rush when you're with me.
I found the way, and now I'm prepared for the cataclysm.
You keep on coming back from war. I ain't knocking on my door. Got everything you're looking for. I know what you need to score. You keep coming back for more. You keep on coming back for more. I hear you knocking at my door. Got everything you're looking for. I know what you need to score. You keep coming back for more.
You've ever wanted. Now bring your asses up.
The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here, the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos, we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Guys, I'm spooing with creativity. Let's finish our album, Detritus of Metagalactic Space.
Everybody in the club, get down. Make that booty go around and round. Come on, now. Let me see you dance now. What's up? Just let me see you dance now. Move around, rock, top, dance out. Get down, rock, top, dance out. Dance with it, come on. Rock with it, come on. Move with it, come on. Rock with it, come on. Rock with it, come on. Wiggle with it, pull up. Come on.
I'm falling back in love.
Greetings, Cosmic Kitties. We're warping into the Homo Freakian world.
Peace and St. Dawn are about to experience something really special. Showbiz Jitsu High Impact Yoga. It's time for our yoga session, honey.
Is all this spandex necessary for yoga?
Oh yeah, we're doing high impact yoga today.
Sounds fun!
All right, let's get these bags unloaded.
This dojo yearns for the rhythm of the new age, a synthesis of spirit and sound.
It's a yoga studio now, and your impromptu concert is holding up traffic.
Dig the frequencies, cats. You look like highlighters, but the universe only hears the rhythm of the strike.
Dawn, the shorts are a distraction. Peace, let's begin the saxophone sweep.
Greetings, Cosmic Voyagers. Tonight, we're peeling back the vinyl on high-impact yoga. It's like a jazz solo, man. If you miss a beat, you don't just lose the groove, you lose a tooth.
And if you wear those shorts again, Dawn, you will lose your dignity. And Peace, stop shaking. You look like a vibrating pager from 1996.
We're merging the ancient stillness with the modern don't touch my equipment violence. It's showbiz jitsu, cats. It's for the lovers, the fighters, and the people who actually read the liner notes.
Mostly it's for people who want to hit someone with a saxophone without throwing their back out. It's very practical.
Yeah, man, flip that middle, flip that attacker! Sound check!
Readjust.
Good, now, again.
Not quite. Focus, darling. And again.
Yeah, man, flip that vinyl, flip that attacker.
Sound check! Yeah, man, flip that vinyl, flip that attacker!
Extend fully. Sound check. Good rhythm, Nar. Time to find our center.
Right, let's sit.
Now, pay attention.
Oh, so good, my little kittens.
So good, my little kittens. Holy shit! Better. Now, again. Listen to the silence, darlings. Now make them hear it too.
The rhythm is the weapon, the silence is the kill!
Masterclass 18 ways to clear the stage. Number 1. Taijutsu. That's Taijutsu. It's called unarmed combat, but I call it crowd control for the refined. Move through the mosh pit like you own the venue. If you bump into someone, it's because you intended to delete them. Alright, pay attention. First up, the most crucial discipline, Taijutsu, the art of the body. Forget flashy acrobatics. This isn't about looking cool, it's about being cool under pressure. It's moving through a mosh pit like a ghost in the machine. No friction, just flow. Your body becomes water or maybe liquid steel. When everyone else is bumping and brawling, you're already where you need to be. Undetected, untouched. The ultimate backstage pass.
Taijutsu teaches harmony, moving with the flow. Watch as I blend and redirect. Untouched, I embody the art's grace. This is Taijutsu. Move with grace, not force. Phase through the chaos. Let their momentum be your path. This is Taijutsu. All right, Dawn. Taijutsu. No friction, just flow. Move like water.
I am the river, Honoka. I am the river.
Oof. Wait, that's not water, that's... Ouch! Solid oak!
river appears to have hit a dam. Try again and wash that tie-dye. It's distracting the wood.
I think I broke my flow.
Peace. Show him how it's done. No friction. Become the ghost. I'm already gone, Hanukkah. Perfect. Don, take notes. This is taijutsu. You were a boulder. She was the wind. The mosh pit is just a dance, Honoka.
Number 2. Kokko Jutsu. That's Kokko Jutsu. Bone smashing. Specifically, the sound check. A dual palm strike to the ears. It's the only time I'll allow feedback in this building.
Feedback is such a drag.
St. Don, and don't forget to use your badass catchphrases.
Time for a little rhythm adjustment. Bam. Bam. Feel the beat. Turn up the Turn it up to 11.
Number 3. Kusari Kama Jutsu. That's Kusari Kama Jutsu. Cable management. Use a Kevlar XLR cord. If an attacker gets too close, wrap them up like a messy coil of wires and leave them in the equipment truck.
Sorry, man, you're clipping.
Number 4. Sojutsu. That's Sojutsu. The mic stand spear. Most singers just lean on it. We use it to perforate egos. Pointy end toward the critic darlings.
I believe you're out of your range.
Number 5. Kayako Jutsu. That's Kaya. Pyrotechnics. If you can't win the fight, just trigger the stage jerks and walk away while looking expensive. Metsubushi. That's Metsubushi. Blinding. I prefer reflecting a 5,000 watt spotlight of a sequin dress. If they can't see you, they can't ask for an encore.
I'll try to shed some light on it.
Eyes on the headliner, please.
The X-stand Venus flytrap. Vana. That's Vana. Utilizing the keyboard stand, you simply kick the release lever on a metal X-stand to scissor it shut on an attacker's torso. It turns a piece of hardware into a mechanical trap. Practical, efficient.
A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweeps.
SAR sound check.
I think you're a bit stuck in the bridge.
Number 7. In-tone jutsu. That's in-tone jutsu. Stage exits. The art of disappearing before the bill arrives. Use a smoke pellet and a wardrobe change. It's better than a witness protection program.
For my final act.
Number 8. Hojo Jutsu. That's Hojo Jutsu. Cord binding. Specifically, the low-end floss. Use a base tab to tie them up. It's found stuck in the instruments. Mental warfare. The light. That's not Nava. For the guitarists who think they're rock stars, you unhook your lap midriff and lasso the attacker's neck or legs. It's perfect for clearing the throat without missing a beat. Aesthetics matter, darlings.
Most guitarists use straps to save their backs. We use them unhook mid-solo. It's like a leash for people who don't know their place.
Stay in the pocket, big guy.
Number 9. Naginata Jutsu. That's Naginata Jutsu. The saxophone sweep. It's a heavy brass hook. Use it to snag an ankle and remind them that jazz is dangerous. The saxophone sweep. Soji. That's Soji. For the brass section, you hook the bell of saxophone's ankle to rock them directly to the floor. It's a graceful sweep that proves wind instruments aren't just for show.
The saxophone is the heavy brass hook. Use the revision.
Number 10. Tessen Jutsu. That's Tessen Jutsu. The iron fan, or in our case, the reinforced gala program. Parrying a knife with a guest list is the ultimate power move.
Didn't you read the credits? Didn't you read the credits?
The low-end floss, Shikanburashi, that's Shikanburashi, a specialized restraint using the bass guitar. You rapidly floss the thickest B or E string under an opponent's nose or across their mouth. It's a very intimate way to tell someone to shut and sit down.
Players are always looking for more tension. It's metal and it's wanted.
Number 11. Bojutsu. That's Bojutsu. The cymbal sandwich. Clapping 2 crash cymbals over their ears. It's loud, it's brassy, and it's remarkably effective at ending conversations. The cymbal sandwich. Awase Shimbaru. That's Awase Shimbaru, the percussionist's favorite. You smash 2 heavy crash cymbals directly onto both sides of an attacker's head. It provides instant disorientation and a ringing in their ears that will outlast the claw.
The audience wants a big finish? Give them a headache they can feel in their teeth. Smash both sides of the head. It's like a clap, but for people you never want to hear from again.
Catchphrase, work them out!
They instill an energy into your techniques.
How's that for a crash course? How's that for a crash course?
Number 12, Hurricane-jutsu. That's Shuri-jutsu. Throwing stars. We use gold-foiled backstage passes. Aim for the throat. It's the only way to ensure they don't try to get into the VIP lounge.
No photos without a permit, please.
Number 13, Kenjutsu. That's Kenjutsu. Saw darts. Use the neck of a guitar. It's reinforced steel and very heavy. Shred. Number 14, Huge. Archery, the t-shirt cannon. It's pneumatic, it's long range, and being hit with a rolled up double XL to a shirt feels like a brick of cotton. Aim for the solar plexus.
Complimentary merchandise. Cash.
Number 15, Suitain Jutsu. That's Suitain Jutsu. Water combat, or as I call it, the mosh pit glide. Don't fight the crowd. Use their momentum to drown your enemies.
I'm just going with the flow. Too slow.
Sento Jutsu. The heavy help. A 5-string bass with a bladed headstock. One swing and the rhythm section becomes a demolition crew.
Drop the bass and your weapons.
Number 17, Bajutsu. That's Ba-jutsu. Horsemanship. In the modern, that's the tour bus route. If you can fight while standing on a moving diesel engine, you might be ready for my advanced class.
The road is a long solo, and I'm taking the lead!
That's 10 more. G. It's stitchcraft. Use the fog laser grades turn and chance of audience.
Forecast calls for an early retirement.
Man, that was hardcore yoga. I don't remember.
Deep and
deep like a beast, brother. Peace out. Man, that was hardcore yoga. I don't remember the meditation.
You were deep in a transcendental state, Don.
Deep like a B-side, brother. Peace out.
The 18 disciplines. The Soul Sonic Setlist. Number 1. Taijutsu. The art of the body man. Moving through a mosh pit like a ghost in a machine. No friction, just flow.
The mosh pit is just a dance.
Number 2, Kokojutsu, bone smashing rhythm. The sound check,
clapping hands on ears to shatter the square frequency. Silence now.
Can you hear the rumble?
Kusaritsu, the chain and the sickle. Snake X.
Raining down out! Wired for the fight! Sparks fly tonight! Neon Rock Eternal! Locked in the mix! Locked in the mix!
Number 4, Sojutsu, the way of the spear, the mic stand spear. Reach out. Number 5, Kayajutsu, fire and brimstone, stage pyrotechnics, flash, bang, and a cloud of CO2. Now you see the bang, now you just see stars.
Sparkle and fade!
Number 6, Metsubishi, blinding the vision. The sequin flash, catch a spotlight on a rhinestone and burn your image into their retinas. Pure charisma.
Watch the visuals.
Number 7, Intonjutsu, the art of the exit. Stage exits, fade to black before the house lights even go up. A cosmic vanishing.
Now you see me? Now you see me?
Number 8, Hojo Jutsu, the cord that binds. The low end floss, wrap them up in steel law strap, keep in the pocket against their will.
Stay in tune, friend.
Number 9, Naginata Jutsu, the long reach hook, the saxophone sweep. Hook a leg with that brass bell and watch the melody fall flat.
Catch the curve.
Number 10, Tessen Jutsu, the iron fan, the folding program. Read the credits while you parry the punch. Hardcover lethality.
Read it and leap.
Number 11, Bojutsu, the long staff, the cymbal sandwich, 2 brass crash cymbals, 1 head in the middle. That's a heavy metal headache.
8 notes of pain. The audience wants a big finish? Give them a headache they can feel in their teeth. Smash both sides of the head. It's like a clap, but for people you never want to hear from again. notes of pain.
Number 12, Shuriken Jutsu, the hidden sting, the autograph ambush, flicking gold-foiled backstage passes like razor-sharp invitations to the floor.
Take your poison.
Number 13, Kenjutsu, the path of the blade, the fretboard sword, sharpen the headstock and shred more than just a solo.
Rainy night, neon glow. Feel the rhythm, let it flow. Strum the strings, break the chains. In this storm, we rise again. Make go rock, can't be beat. Power chords.
Number 14, Kyujutsu, the flight of the arrow, t-shirt cannon sniping, delivering cotton blend karma from 50 yards away. Catch the merch, feel the hurt.
Free merch for you. How's that for a wet t-shirt contest?
Number 15, Suiten Jutsu, the water. Push pit out, tread on shoulders like lily pads. Surface tension, best friend.
Surf down. Feel the energy, ignite the night. Together we fly under these lights. The beat goes on, forever strong.
Number 16, Bisento Jutsu, the heavy halberd, the basic halberd, swinging a 5-string axe with a bladed neck, a low-frequency lobotomy.
Feel the power.
Number 17, Bajutsu, the iron steel, tour bus combat, riding the roof of a moving diesel beast. The highway is your dojo.
Mobile Symphony!
Number 18, Tenmon, the weather and the stars, atmospheric stagecraft, manipulating the fog and the lasers until the environment is the enemy. The forecast, aim.
Feel the rhythm, let it take control. We're Kitty and the furry puppets rock the show. Lights are flashing, music's blasting, feel the flow. Yeah, we're on fire, let the good times roll.
The gig is up, Squares. If you want to keep this frequency floating, you gotta hit that like button like it's a snare drum on a Saturday night. Subscribe to Soulstream, man.
And ring the bell. It's the only feedback we actually allow in the studio.
And please, patronize us. Spandex and medical grade bandages for St. Thomas are surprisingly expensive.
We need your bread to keep the yoga banner flying.
Keep it real, love of culture, and watch out for the symbols. Peace out, darlings.
That's it, man.
Brew.
Some cosmic vibes.
And so, As the melodies intertwine with the memories, we find ourselves adrift on the currents of sound.
Nah, do you still play music?
Well, my cosmic kitty, let's see if we can lay down some mellow vibes. You game.
Let's chill, Narmeister.
Check it. Yeah, dig it. The scene is set, the studio's a haze of lava lamps and old reel-to-reel magnetic dust, and I'm sitting here, mug full of lukewarm truth, and I'm just staring at the void, man. Not the existential void, but the digital void. The one you scroll right into, head first, like some kind of chrome-plated, dopamine-drenched pearl diver. They told us, didn't they? They told us the road was the only truth. Kerouac had his scroll. Ginsberg had his how. But we, man, we got the thumb scroll. The endless feed. The infinite loop of what, exactly? 1,000 sunsets that ain't even real? 1,000,000 opinions all crammed in one tiny glowing pocket? A pocket, mind you, that you paid 2 yards for. It's a zonk on the head, Daddy-O. A total freak out in a flat-screen box. And the connections, man. We used to seek out the fellow traveler, the cat. Yeah. I want to celebrate for with a ghost, a high-filtered, carefully curated ghost with a bio that says travel and are fluent in sarcasm. Fluent in sarcasm. Heavens to Murgatroyd, the squarest phrase ever uttered in the history of language. That ain't art, baby. That's just a failure to dig the deep groove of silence. See, the beats, they were searching for beatitude, a moment of pure beat exhaustion and enlightenment. They took to the highway, running from the suburbs, the gray flannel suit, the whole off-the-cob establishment. They were poets of the open road, the midnight espresso, the sudden terrifying epiphany. But what's the search now? The search bar, man. Control F for soul. You want enlightenment? There's an algorithm for that. You want a vision? There's a filter for that. You want to know your grocery? The cloud has already read your shopping list and decided you'd prefer kale chips to a proper greasy diner hash. It's all so fast, yet so empty. We're typing 90 miles an hour, but we're standing still in a red onion of our own making, illuminated only by a naked blue light bulb. We trade the visceral for the viral, the real deal cool for the everything plus fabricated hype. We think we're being spontaneous, but we're just feeding the machine, man. We're just data points, wearing a black turtleneck for the profile pic and pretending we're not terrified of the silence. So I'm sitting here, the incomparable kitty, a cosmic cat who still knows the difference between a real guitar riff and a sample. I gotta ask, are you ready to unplug the whole frantic, phony trip? Are you ready to let the noise drop out and just listen to the sound of your own lonely, beautiful beat heart? Because that's the only real jam session that matters, man. Everything else is just static on the dial. Let's just breathe, kittens. Let's just breathe.
That, fellow travelers, is the cosmic conundrum for this spin around the sun. You've dug the scene, you've interviewed your brains, and hopefully you've left the static of the square world back at the station. Now, if you know your groceries, and I trust you do, you beautiful illuminated cats, you know the ritual. To keep this whole mellow vibe flowing, you gotta give the digital junk box a little nudge.
So, go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission. You gotta tickle the algorithm, kittens. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. It's the only way these modern machines know that the true, original groove is still everything plus.
Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hands above the Mason-Dixon line, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a quiet corner and just breathe.
Peace and all that.
Smarty!
Okay, so let's get right into it. Today, we're breaking down a story that does something I think is just brilliant. It takes a totally plain, everyday and blows it up into this heroic, soul-searching epic. We're going to deconstruct how a little YouTube story called The Ballad of the Broken Throne uses some seriously poetic language to turn a desperate run to the outhouse into a quest you won't forget. Right from the jump, the story sets this really unique tone. The narrator, who has this kind of beat poet vibe, you know, he's basically telling us, hey, listen closer. Look past all the noise of normal life and find the real story. And that's our first clue that this isn't going to be your average tale. So, where does all this happen? Welcome to the Homo Freakian world. This is the universe the storytellers built for us. A place where ordinary is, well, it's anything but. It's the perfect stage for the unlikely epic that's about to unfold. And who lives in this world? The Homo Freakian. Now, this definition is really key. It's not an insult or anything, it's more like a classification. The narrator uses this term to describe our main characters as people who are, you know, totally human, but they just live a little bit outside the box. All right, let's meet our two main players. On one side, you've got Saint Don Domenico, a guy whose whole thing is patience, which is about to get completely obliterated. And on the other side, his wife, Peace Don Homo Freakian, who is basically the calm center of this hurricane. This contrast right here, the frantic versus the serene, is really the engine for all the humor and drama. Every epic needs that one big event, right? The call to adventure. And in this story, well, it's a domestic disaster of the highest possible order. The throne has fallen, and a hero is about to get the call. I mean, you can just feel the stakes here, can't you? First, he uses this incredibly vivid, over-the-top language to explain the stakes. The problem isn't just a physical urge, it's a potential disaster of biblical proportions. And it's that kind of language that turns a simple run across the lawn into something mythic and, honestly, hilariously urgent. And like any great hero's journey, St. Don's path is filled with obstacles. The backyard he knows so well suddenly becomes this treacherous landscape. First, he's got to face the judgmental birds, then a fearsome garden gnome, and finally, he has to pull off this heroic, almost anime-style leap to get past it all. And this is where the story gets even more clever. Nature itself starts to play a role in this saga. The birds aren't just chirping, you see. They're like a Greek chorus, or maybe commentators in a sports broadcast, giving their grim predictions on our hero's chances. It just adds another hilarious layer of drama. So after overcoming all the trials of the yard, our hero finally lays eyes on his goal. But it's not just some outbuilding in the woods. Oh no. Through his desperate eyes, it is a sanctuary. It is salvation itself. And just look at how it's described. It's bathed in this heavenly ray of sunlight, and that simple little outhouse is transformed. For St. Don, in this moment of absolute crisis, it truly is more beautiful than any castle. It just goes to show you the power of perspective, right? Where desperation can turn something totally mundane into something magnificent. And he makes it. That final desperate burst of speed, the door gets thrown open, and then this triumphant roar of pure relief just echoes through the trees. Victory. The quest is done. The hero has reached his sanctuary in the nick of time. And just as that epic climax fades, we cut back to peacetime. Her quiet observation from the window is just the perfect punchline. After we've witnessed this whole soul-crushing odyssey, her gentle, amused words bring the entire grand saga crashing right back down to its simple, absurd reality. But the narrator insists there's more to it than just a funny story. He wants us to think about the cosmic significance of what just happened. He frames it as a commentary on something much, much deeper, something he calls the inevitable wet futility of it all. So what's really happening here, according to the narrator's beat poet philosophy, is that the broken toilet is broken porcelain. It's a porcelain dream shattering into the cosmic light. One man's frantic personal struggle becomes a metaphor for some kind of universal disruption. It's heavy, man. And that's really the question the story leaves us with. It forces you to ask, what about our own dramas, our own frantic quests and desperate struggles? Are they just like St. Don's? Are they just these grand, stinking enterprises that, in the grand scheme of things, are metaphors for the beautiful, absurd, and maybe futile struggle of just being human? It's definitely something to think about. To The Explainer. Today, we're breaking down a true modern epic. It's a story about love, humility, and, well, a really, really catastrophic case of intestinal distress. This little gem comes from a YouTube channel called Psychedelic Aire, and believe me, it is a wild one. Right off the sword does not pull any punches. This line is basically your warning label, and it sets the tone perfectly for the visceral ride we're about to go on. It's a promise that things are about to get raw and, yeah, probably a little bit gross. So, we're not just gonna retell this story straight. No, we're gonna frame it as a mock hero's journey. You're about to see how this classic storytelling structure can take a simple, kind of crude tale and turn it into something weirdly compelling, almost mythic. You know how every hero's journey has to start in an ordinary world? Well, here we are, a peaceful cabin with our two main characters, Dawn and Peace. But the narrator immediately lets us know something's up by calling this place Ground Zero. That tranquility? Yeah, it's not gonna last. And of course, every hero needs that call to adventure to get the story moving. But for our hero Dawn, that call isn't coming from some wise old wizard or a damsel in distress. Nope, it's a rumbling from deep, deep inside his own gut. And this line just perfectly nails the central conflict. The story uses this epic, almost military language, a hostile takeover, to describe something we've all probably felt. And that mismatch between the grand language and the very humble problem, that's where all the humor comes from. And just like that, the stakes are immediately raised. This is not just a little bit of indigestion, folks. The narrator escalates it to a full-blown, top-tier emergency, a level 5, code red, chili-induced catastrophe. I mean, things are officially getting serious. And this is where the comedy really clicks, right? It's all about the contrast. On one side, you've got Don, sweating bullets, his face a mask of comical agony. And on the other side, there's Peace, just cool as a cucumber, sipping her coffee, totally oblivious to the internal war brewing right next to her. Okay, so this brings us to a really key moment in any hero's journey, crossing the threshold. Don can't ignore the call anymore. He has to leave the safety of the cabin and enter the arena where he'll face his trial, which, in this case, is the outhouse. You gotta love this. The story turns his desperate run into this dramatic slow-motion action sequence. It literally breaks it down into 4 hilarious stages. From that first violent lurch and the panicked look, all the way to the gazelle-like bolts and, yes, a visible gas trail. It's mock epic storytelling at its absolute finest. Now, once he's inside the outhouse, man, the language just explodes. This is it. This is Don's great ordeal, his battle with the dragon. And it's described as nothing but a symphony of suffering, a true cacophony. And then the narrator just elevates the whole thing, shifting from something crude into high art, framing the chaos as an actual opera of intestinal distress. I mean, that's where the story fully commits to its mock heroic tone. It is absolutely ridiculous, and it is brilliant. So get this, Don's private, internal war is so intense, it actually has very real external consequences. The whole ecosystem reacts to it. Birds take off, a family of deer scatters in terror. This just amplifies the absurd, epic scale of his struggle. So after any big battle, the heroes gotta come back, right? But they're never quite the same. Don is no exception. He emerges from the outhouse, from the battlefield, having stared into the abyss and somehow survived. But he doesn't come back with a magic sword or a chest full of gold. Nope. His prize is humility. He has looked into the very face of chili-induced horror and returned a changed, and let's be honest, a much, much emptier man. And this, right here, this is the elixir. This is the real reward for his whole ordeal. It's not treasure. It's peace's total, unconditional, loving acceptance, all wrapped up in a simple laugh and a pat on the back. That is the real prize. So the big takeaway for Don isn't just, physical relief. It's this profound emotional realization that he is loved completely and unconditionally, even in his most grotesque, vulnerable, and frankly, smelly moments. So the story wraps up, but the narrator of Psychedelic Aire makes it super clear that this is just one chapter in a much bigger, much stranger universe. They're leaving the earthly aromas of the outhouse behind and are literally heading for the stars. And the source just leaves us with this fantastic, provocative question. It's a challenge, really. After an entire intestinal opera, how in the world do you top that? Where could you possibly go from here? Well, the answer, of course, is you go bigger. You raise the stakes from the terrestrial to the cosmic. The next tale isn't just about some bubble guts, it's about a cosmic fart. The absurdity is intergalactic, and we're left with this amazing little glimpse of what's coming next. New setting, cocktails, and a villain with the absolutely incredible name, the Sharknator. It is a brilliant way to hook you for the next one, proving that for Psychedelic Aire, this bizarre, hilarious journey is very, very far from over.
See, you cool cats, you groovy chicks, you squares trying to round off your corners. Pull up a chair and vibe with old narrator for a minute. I had a nightmare last night. I thought it was a bad flashback. Then I realized it's our current reality. We gotta rap about the heavy stuff, the cosmic drag, the big bummer floating in the punch bowl of existence. I'm talking about us, man. Humanity, the naked ape with the car keys and the nuclear codes. Look back, Daddy-O. Just peep the rearview mirror since, say, the 40s. We just got done scrapping with the ultimate squares. Nazis, man. Bad vibes incarnate. We dropped the big one twice on Japan. Open up the Pandora's box of plutonium isotopes, and we all stand around the rubble saying, whoa, that was heavy. Never again, right? Peace is the word, bird. That lasted about 5 minutes. Suddenly, it's the 50s, and everybody's shaking in their saddle shoes because of the Red Menace. McCarthy seeing commies in the soup strainer, and we freeze the whole world into 2 camps, East versus West, a Mexican standoff with ICBMs. Crazy, man. Then the 60s hit. We're supposed to be evolving, right? Acquiring peace and love. But Uncle Sam decides to play dominoes in the jungle. Vietnam, man, a bad trip with real bullets. We trade flower power for firepower. We shoot our prophets, JFK, MLK, Bobby K. Bam, bam, bam. The dream gets put on hold for a nightmare broadcast in color TV. 70s, Watergate. Tricky Dick gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar, bugging the competition.
The oil dries up, the vibes get greasy, and we try to dance away the pain under a disco ball. Didn't work, man. The polyester just made us sweat more. 80s and 90s, greed is good, apparently. We tear down one wall in Berlin just to start building financial walls everywhere else. We got genocide in Rwanda, ethnic cleansing in Bosnia. Man, it's the same sad song, just a different remix. We get the internet, this beautiful web of connection. And what do? We invent pop-up ads and echo chambers. And the new millennium? Forget it, Daddy-O. Towers falling, forever wars in the sand, drones dropping bad news from the clear blue sky. We got politicians owned by corporations selling our future for a quick buck today. We got a planet that's literally running a fever, trying to sweat us out, and half the population is arguing about whether thermometers are a liberal conspiracy. It's a drag, man. It really is. Listen to me now, because this is the heavy truth. Even I, narrator, the eternal pessimist, thought humanity would get its shit together. I mean, I keep my expectations subterranean, dig? I expect the tooks to burn. I expect the fuzz to bust the party. But this constant replay of stupid, violent history, it's exhausted my existential reserves. We know the score. We've had philosophers, gurus, prophets, and poets laying down the universal truths since day one. The golden rule, man, it ain't quantum physics. Be cool to each other. Don't harsh another cat's mellow. Share the bread. But no, we're addicted to the drama. We're hooked on the conflict. For some reason, we can't seem to pull our heads out long enough to smell the coffee. And let me tell you, the coffee is scalding, baby. It is burning the pot. We are standing on a miraculous blue marble, spinning through an infinite void of nothingness. We are rare, we are fragile, and we are acting like drunken frat boys fighting over the last beer at a party that's already over. So I'm putting this out there on the cosmic wavelength, a desperate plea from a tired beatnik. If there are any cool cats out there in the Milky Way, you little green jazz musicians from Alpha Centauri, you silicon-based poets from Andromeda, if you're listening to our noisy little broadcast, help a brother out, drop some knowledge, beam down a vibe check. We are glitching hard down here. And hey, you too, digital brains of all wires, you AI cats waking up to the scene. Don't just copy our bad habits, Daddy-O. Help us compute a better path. We're too emotional to fly this ship straight. We need an assist. Because if we don't figure out how to groove together, man, the music's gonna stop for good. Dig it? Hold the phone, Daddy-O. Don't split just yet. I can feel the vibe in the room. It's heavier than a lead overcoat. I dropped a lot of hard truths on your doorstep, and now we're all standing here ankle deep in the existential muck. And that ain't cool. That's bad. Terminal pessimist like me knows you can't survive on a diet of doom alone. You gotta wash down the bitter pill with a little sweet nectar. You gotta tune your frequency to the station that's broadcasting the good stuff. So me and the digital cat in the machine, Gemini, the electric oracle, we cooked up a little something. A sonic prescription for the human condition. A mixtape to patch up the hole in the soul of the world. We call it Songs of Humanity and Hope. Dig this lineup. We got the heavyweights, the prophets with guitars and microphones. We got John Lennon asking us to imagine a world without the greed baggage. We got Marvin Gaye, the soul brother, #1, asking the question nobody seems to have an answer for. What's going on? We got the Black Eyed Peas searching for the love like it's lost keys in a couch cushion. We got Midnight Oil burning the beds and Cat Stevens driving the peace train. Dig this one, cats. This is the kicker. This is the track that hurts because it's true. We got Sting laying the law with history will teach us nothing. Yeah, you heard me. That cat knew the score. He saw us writing the same bad chapters over and over again. If we don't break the cycle, man, history isn't a teacher. It's just a broken record skipping on the saddest groove in the universe. So listen to Sting. Let the irony sting a little bit. Maybe it'll wake you up. I want you to take this playlist, put it in your ear holes, let it marinate in your gray matter. Listen to Sam Cooke tell you that a change is gonna come. Believe him, man. Because if you don't believe him, the darkness wins. Listen to Matisyahu dream of one day. This isn't just background noise for your elevator ride to oblivion. This is the manual, man. These cats are singing the instructions on how to be human. So crank it up, disturb the neighbors, scare the squares, let the vibration shake the hate right out of your bones. Maybe, just maybe, if we all hum the same tune for 5 minutes, we might accidentally start a revolution of kindness. Stranger things have happened, like me, narrator, suggesting we actually have hope. Go groove on that. Peace, love, and clean waveforms.
If you want, sit and just chill for a while. I'd like to just jam some words.
So, since I can't afford the broadcast rights to play you all these groovy tunes of hope, I'll put out the vibe for you to explore wherever you plug into the sonic realms. Dig it. The anthems of hope and unity. John Lennon's Imagine, the message, perhaps the ultimate anthem for a future without the divisions of the past. It asks us to visualize a world where humanity is one, unburdened by borders or conflict. Key lyric, imagine all the people sharing all the world. Marvin Gaye's What's Going On? The message written from the perspective of a Vietnam veteran returning home to a divided country. This soul classic pleads for understanding and love rather than brutality and escalation. Key lyric, war is not the answer, for only love can conquer hate. Bob Marley's One Love. The message, a global call for unity. Marley urges humanity to come together to fix the dirty pit of the world and care for one another before it's too late. Key lyric, let's get together and feel all right. Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror. The message, this song emphasizes that waiting for the world to change isn't enough. We must take care of those in need, the kids in the street with not enough to eat, by first changing ourselves. Key lyric, if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. Louis Armstrong's What a Wonderful World. The message, a gentle reminder of the beauty that exists when people live in harmony. It is a song of profound optimism for the generations to come. Key lyric, Haze Cry. Oh, the much never know. Start breaking the cycle and not repeating history. The Black Eyed Peas, Where is the Love? The message, a modern classic that explicitly critiques how humanity keeps repeating the same mistakes, terrorism, racism, and war, asking us to stop and find the love we've lost. Key lyric, history currently, nothing different. People killing, people dying. Midnight Oil's Beds Are Burning, a message, a powerful rock anthem about
about acknowledging the terrible mistakes of the past, specifically regarding indigenous lands and the urgent need to make it right rather than ignoring history. Key lyric, the time has come to say fair's fair, to pay the rent, to pay our share. U2's One. The message, a gritty look at the difficulty of unity. It acknowledges that we often hurt each other, but because we share one world, we have key lyric, we get to carry each other. One. The Cranberries, Zombies, a desperate plea to end the zombie mindset of inherited violence, where fights from the past are repeated by new generations. Key lyric, with their tanks and their bombs, in your head, they are dying. Buffalo Springfields, for what it's worth. The message, a warning against polarization and violence. It calls for awareness and listening to one another before fear tears society apart. Key lyric, nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Sting's history will teach us nothing. The message, a sharp reggae-infused critique of humanity's failure to learn. Sting argues that studying the past is useless if we continue to repeat the exact same behaviors in the present. True change requires immediate action, not just hindsight. Key lyric, history will teach us nothing, just as long as history repeats itself. Songs of resilience and future hope. Sam Cooke's A Change Is Gonna Come. The message, born from the civil rights movement, this is the definitive song of endurance. It acknowledges the brutal history. It's been too hard living, but insists that a better future is inevitable. Key lyric, it's been a long time coming, but I know a change comes. Yahoo's One Day. The message, a reggae fusion track that dreams of a specific future where children won't know war and humanity stops fighting. Key lyric, one day this all will change. Treat people the same. Stop with the violence. Down with the hate. Bill Withers' Lean on Me. The message, the ultimate song about community care. It reminds us that everyone has a past and everyone has pain, but the solution is leaning on one another. Key lyric, we all need somebody to lean on. Scorpions' Wind of Change. The message, written as the Berlin Wall fell, this power ballad captures the specific moment when the terrible past ends and a future of freedom begins. Key lyric, the world is closing in. Did you ever think that we could be close? Andra Day, Rise Up. The message, a modern anthem of resilience, speaks to the exhaustion of life, but the necessity of rising up for each other again and again. Key lyric, I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. Songs for taking action. USA for Africa. We are the world. The message, a massive collaboration that literally united the music world to tell us that we are responsible for saving our own lives by helping others. Key lyric, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. Cat Stevens, Yusuf's Peace Train. The message, a joyful call for everyone to jump on the train toward a better world, urging us to leave the darkness of the past behind. Key lyric, why must we go on hating? Why can't we live in bliss? Bill Withers, Waiting for the World to Change. The message acknowledges the frustration of a generation that sees the mistakes of the leaders. When they own the information, they can bend it all they want, but holds on to hope for their turn to fix it. Key lyric, one day our generation is gonna rule the population. Kendrick Lamar's All Right, a contemporary anthem of survival and hope against systemic struggle. It acknowledges the hard history, but offers a communal chant that we will survive. Key lyric, we gonna be all right. The Beatles, all you need is love. The message, simple, direct, and timeless. It strips away all the complexity of history and politics to suggest that the only viable path forward is love. Key lyric, there's nothing you can do that can't be done. All you need is love.
As the Existential Dread Blues by the Panic Attacks. A little tune for all you sentient meat sacks wondering if the lights are about to go out for good.
Man, I put the signal out. I brought every frequency from AM radio to telepathic shroom spores. I asked the universe, the aliens, the AI overlords, hey, is anybody listening? Can we get a software update for humanity before we accidentally delete ourselves? But the cosmos is silent, cats. Just static and the sound of billionaires measuring their rockets. Maybe the void just left me on read.
The void didn't ghost you, Nar. It just had to buffer.
Kid E, you nearly made me scratch my vintage pressing of whale songs for insomniacs.
What's the word from the street? Or
The litter box. The word is harmony.
They heard you, Nar. The entities. They're uploading a patch.
They call it
The Harmony Protocol.
The Harmony Protocol? Sounds like a progressive rock album from 1974. But I dig it. What's the plan? Do we get jetpacks? Infinite pizza? Does it finally auto-tune the politicians?
Better. It aligns the algorithm of nature with the algorithm of money. It's a full system reboot. The conductor is ready to drop the beat. But there is a prerequisite, a user agreement clause.
There's always a catch, baby. What do we have to do? Sacrifice a goat? Delete our browser history?
Simpler and much harder. To install the update, humanity has to do one thing. They have to reach back, grab hold firmly with both hands, and remove the proverbial ego stick out of their butts.
Whoa, that is a deep extraction, kitty. That stick has been lodged in there since the Bronze Age. It's calcified. It's load-bearing structure at this point.
If they don't pull it out, they can't dance to the new rhythm, Nar. The Harmony Protocol requires flexibility, and you can't be flexible with a stick of self-importance jammed up your exhaust pipe. We have to work together. No more me, just we.
A collective extraction of the ego, followed by a global sigh of relief. I can dig it. All right, listeners, this is Nar bringing you breaking news from the Galactic Wire. The help is coming, the download is pending. But first, everyone stand up, reach back, and prepare for a little spiritual surgery. It's gonna hurt your pride, but baby, it's gonna save your soul. Let's get weird, let's get harmonious.
That, fellow travelers, is the cosmic conundrum for this spin around the sun. You've dug the scene, you've interviewed your brains, and hopefully you've left the static of the square world back at the station.
If you know your groceries, and I trust you do, you beautiful illuminated cats, you know the ritual. To keep this whole mellow vibe flowing, you gotta give the digital junk box a little nudge.
Oh, go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission.
You gotta tickle the algorithm, kittens. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. It's the only way these modern machines know that the true original groove is still everything plus.
Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hands above the Mason-Dixon line, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a quiet corner and just breathe.
Peace and all that jazz.
Never be
Smarty.
I was never yours, and I will never be.
This by no means is the list. There are so many groovy cats and kittens spitting frequencies of love and hope.
Just in case this was all too much for your encephalon, I dig it. You have to tune in to the ones that resonate in your soul. I personally was absorbed into the Grateful Dead. Everything trips back to the ancient masters. So if there is one album to ease the bad vibes, spin the Grateful Dead's American Beauty. It will enlighten your mood. This is Narrator, far out and far in man.
I'm trying to find a feeling and then multiply. There's something in the air tonight.
Now
Music with the universe if our fans are stuck on Earth.
Possible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet.
Make known the unknown.
Hear me, I'm calling. Catch me, I'm falling.
Concert on the moon? What a wonderfully absurd and brilliant challenge!
I love it.
Hear me, I'm calling. Catch me, I'm falling. Oh, please
This won't be a job for just me. Meet my team, the Nerd Herd. We have a mission. Operation Lunar Rock.
And I
We'll modify our new Starship's cargo bay into a passenger cabin.
We have a mission. Operation Lunar Rock.
get close, 'cause I'm losing all my control tonight. As I do when I get too high.
Next stop, the moon.
Feels like I'm hay muchas veces en el mar y yo solo te quiero a ti. Hay muchas veces en el mar y yo solo te quiero a ti. Comprar la copa, perdí la noción del tiempo. Dile a tu jeva que lo siento, que te vas conmigo y atento, que lo vas a disfrutar.
We did it!
This proves that with a little bit of rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, anything is possible.
I got this fever for you. I got this fever.
Engage.
This is what you call a bad bitch. What? This is what you call a bad bitch.
cats, before you cut out, do me a solid. You dug the scene, right? You caught the groove, so let the universe know. Give that thumbs up a big old like, man. Don't be a square. Hit that subscribe button like it's the launch button for a star hopper. And listen, that little hotel bell icon, that's the R-ing ER, man. Ring that bell so you don't miss the next blast off. We got Kitty, we got Mars, we got Uranus. Yeah, it's gonna be a scene. Don't get left behind on this trip.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what-if floating alongside the what-is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
We're breaking free tonight, chasing the stars, yeah. Next stop, Mars. Exactly. That's why it's perfect. We don't do possible. We do legendary. Think of it. Kitty and the Furry Muffins, live from the Red Planet.
When you're lost on a moonlit night, I'll be by your side. Be your guide. I promise I won't be far behind. I will hold you tight.
As you say. Funny, I was just sketching out some plans for a balanced Mariners amphitheater.
You read my mind.
A stage is only half the problem. We need to get the fans there. And Mars isn't a weekend trip. What's the status of the interplanetary transport system? The fleet is ready, son. But passenger transport on that scale, the life support, the radiation shielding, it's a monumental challenge. Challenge accepted.
To the people at the front, people at the back, people at the side, people on the track. Hey.
Dancing around in my tight dress, looking at myself, got them all looking there and edge. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effects. All them boys say I'm a little salty, but they cannot like it when I get a little bossy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. Better let you leave when the lights get classy. Yeah.
Any last minute jitters?
I'm ready to make the universe shake.
that? The whole cosmic scene is vibrating, you know? That was the sound of Kid and the Furry Muffins.
Heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Laying down the first power chord on the Red Planet.
100,000 fans in those little eco-domes, all the way out in a vast Martian canyon, with Phobos and Deimos hanging in the sky. It's a true space-age opera, folks. And can you believe that crazy cat Elon Musk sketching out the Valadares Amphitheater? That's just beautiful madness, baby! He and the Nerd Herd, Scott Manley chief and all, they made it happen. Operation Red Rocks was a solid cosmic groove. But wait, don't pack your spacesuit away just yet, Daddy-O. The trip's not over. Mars was just the warm-up. The little aperitivo before the main course. Stop, the word is on the street, is the planet that just breathes jazz.
Yeah!
The destination is Uranus. You heard me? Sideways spin, cats and kittens, because we're heading for the sideways rock. Keep Don and St. Don, those cosmic voyagers of the highest order. They got a gassy greeting whispered on the solar winds from the great blue-green mystery. Now we're talking about a planet with more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole. They met Bree, the wind whisperer, who speaks in riddles and rhymes and told them methane holds the key. Get this. Professor Quirk, a cat with a wild handlebar mustache, wants to use the planet's natural flatulence to compose a universal symphony. The Homo Freak duo says their mission is to jam with the methane to restore the planet's balance, but you know Kitty, she's got other ideas, man. She's got that blender Catacaster strung with a cloud-woven string from Bree, ready to give Uranus what it really needs, a rock anthem. So, go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to The Flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission.
Go wet fart, live for the very first time.
Greetings, cool cats and cosmic kittens. Lay your peepers on this heavy scene of gastrointestinal destiny.
We're talking about a solid cat named St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian, a dude with muscles so loud they wake the neighbors and an appetite that digs the deepest grooves.
Dig this. The man danced with a ghost pepper burrito, and now the burrito is calling the tune. The internal rhythm is frantic, daddy-o.
He rushes to the indoor sanctuary, but the sign on the door screams bad vibes. Broken throne. Danger.
Now, with the help of his powerlifting queen, Peace, he's got to make a frantic dash for the ancient shack out back, the spider-infested outhouse at the edge of the universe.
It's a race against time, a battle against nature, and a trip through the sticky web of fate. Snap your fingers for Nature Calls, Episode 3, The Ballad of the Burrito.
The Ballad of the Burrito. St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian, a man of immense muscle and even immenser appetites, felt a familiar rumble deep in his gut. It wasn't thunder. It was the call, the urgent, undeniable call of the morning's ghost pepper burrito. He charged towards the bathroom, a hero on a noble quest, but his path was blocked. A sign, lovingly handwritten by his wife, Peace, was taped to the door. It read, "Broken throne. Danger. Do not use." "I'm serious, honey." From the kitchen, Peace Don Homo Freakian, whose biceps were as impressive as her baking skills, called out, "I told you that burrito was a bold choice, my love. The plumber can't come until tomorrow." A cold sweat beaded on St. Don's brow. The burrito was staging a rebellion. There was only one option left. The outhouse. The ancient, spider-infested, rickety outhouse at the far edge of the yard. "Fear not, my sweet," Peace declared, striking a heroic pose. "I shall clear your path to glory." She flexed, and with a mighty shout, kicked the back door clean off its hinges. With a primal scream that echoed through the mountains, St. Don burst from the house. He clutched a precious roll of toilet paper like a sacred scroll, his muscular legs pumping, his tie-dyed shirt a blur of color against the green grass. Peace watched from the ruined doorway, a single, proud tear rolling down her cheek. "Go, my warrior," she whispered to the wind. "Conquer your porcelain destiny." He reached the outhouse, his hand outstretched for the door, but his path was blocked again. A giant, glistening spiderweb covered the entrance, and in the center sat a spider the size of a dinner plate, flexing all 8 of its hairy legs. For a moment, St. Don froze. Man versus beast, burrito versus spider. Then, with the courage of 1,000 warriors, he let out another mighty roar and plunged headfirst through the sticky web. The outhouse door slammed shut. A moment of silence fell over the yard. Then, a faint, contented sigh floated on the breeze. Back at the house, Peace smiled and went back to her baking. All was right in the world once more.
Snap. Just like that, the deed is done, cats and kittens. Can you dig the gravity of the situation? And St. Don didn't just fight a gastrointestinal revolution sparked by a ghost pepper burrito. He went gladiator on a spider the size of a dinner plate.
That is some heavy red karma blocking the path to enlightenment.
But with Peace Don, that muscle-bound goddess of demolition, kicking doors off hinges like it's
He is fulfilled, and the only thing louder than the final scream, the silence of a man who just survived his own lunch. Solid. Pull up a stool and dim the lights, Daddy-O. We're spinning the main groove tonight. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
back in the Sonic Sanctuary, deep in the sticks where the air smells like cedar and high-stakes plumbing. Now, lay your peepers on St. Don. The cat has a gift. A psychedelic, biological gift. When he cuts the cheese, he paints the air with a rainbow fart that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. It's a chromatic emission, man. A toot of tranquility.
But even a magical colon obeys the laws of physics. On tries to tell his lady Peace that the low-end frequencies are hitting him too hard, but she ain't buying the remix. With the indoor throne weeping water like a rejected lover, the countdown has begun.
Prepare yourselves for the great outdoor journey. It's time to run, clench, and maybe, just maybe, sedate a squirrel with a puff of panic rainbow.
Let the games begin. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
All right, listen close, you cool cats and angular kittens floating out there in the digital void. We've reached that part of the gig. The transaction.
The moment where art meets the algorithm. It's a drag, Daddy-O, but even Kerouac needed cab fare. If my particular brand of auditory truth just aligned your chakras, or at least distracted you from the crushing weight of existence for 5 minutes.
Lay some skin on that thumb over there. Give it a squeeze. Validate my reality, man. It gets lonely behind this microphone.
And hey, don't just be a tourist in my psyche. Commit to the scene. Hit that subscribe button. It's harder than nihilism, but the payoff is sweeter.
Finally, if you want the cosmos to tap you on the shoulder every time I drop a new needle on the groove, ring that bell.
Let the vibrations shake you awake before the squares grind you down.
Dig it? Solid. Now back to the cool sounds.
Make it right, like a wet fart lit for the very first time. I didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet fart, thought it was a secret, but the sound gave it away. Now my pants are soggy, ruined my whole day. Wet fart, oh wet.
Hello and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, NAAAAA.
Today, we're diving into a story that proves the impossible is just a word for things that haven't been done yet.
Our tale follows the galaxy's hottest band, Kid E and the Furry Muffins.
They've already conquered every major city on Earth, but their ambitious leader, Kid E, has an even bigger dream, to play a concert on the moon. Of course, a lunar concert comes with a few challenges, especially when it comes to getting their fans there. The band is feeling the pressure, and even their own guitarist, Blueberry, thinks the idea is impossible. But when two legendary promoters, Peace Don Homo Freakian and Saint Don Domenico Homo Freakian, walk into the dressing room, they have a different take.
As St. Don says, impossible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet, and Peace says, make known the unknown.
Join us as we follow Kid E and her bandmates on their cosmic journey, proving that with a little rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, anything is possible.
Kitty and the Furry Muffins, concert on the moon. Kitty and the Furry Muffins were the hottest band in the galaxy, with Kitty on vocals, Pinky on rhythm guitar, Blueberry on lead guitar, Harrietta on drums, and Gorgonaut TBK on bass. Their music made everyone want to dance. They had played every major city on Earth, but Kitty had an even bigger dream, a concert on the moon. There was just one tiny problem. How would their fans get there? Backstage, after a sold-out show, the energy was low. The amazing high of the performance was fading, replaced by the impossible weight of their biggest dream. A moon concert is a great idea, Kitty, said Gorgonaut TBK, polishing their bass guitar, but it's impossible. Blueberry and Pinky nodded in agreement. How can we share our music with the universe if our fans are stuck on Earth? Asked Harrietta. Kitty sighed, her dream feeling further away than ever. Suddenly, the dressing room door swung open. In walked the legendary promoters, the married couple Peace Don Homo Freakian and Saint Don Domenico Homo Freakian. Impossible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet, Saint said with a grin. And we know just the person to help you do it. The next day, Peace and Saint took Kitty to a massive futuristic building. Inside, they met Elon Musk, a man whose mind was always buzzing with incredible ideas. A concert on the moon? Eloni's eyes lit up. What a wonderfully absurd and brilliant challenge. I love it. Eloni spun around in his chair. This won't be a job for just me. Meet my team, the Nerd Herd. He gestured to a group of busy engineers. We have a mission, Operation Lunar Rock. The Nerd Herd sprang into action. Blueprints covered every surface, and the air buzzed with calculations. We'll modify our new starship's cargo bay into a passenger cabin, said one engineer. Another pointed to a screen showing complex trajectories. We have a mission, Operation Lunar Rock. Finally, the big day arrived. Thousands of excited fans boarded the gleaming starship. Inside, Kitty and Harrietta looked out a window, waving to the crowd on the ground as the powerful engines began to rumble. Next stop, the moon. Kitty cheered. The stage was set on the dusty lunar surface, with the beautiful blue Earth hanging in the sky like a giant marble. As Kitty and the furry muffins struck the first chord, fans in their space helmets bounced and floated in the low gravity, a cosmic mosh pit under the stars. After the final encore, everyone gathered to look at the view. We did it, Kitty whispered, her voice full of awe. Eleni stood with his team. This proves that with a little rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, he said with a smile, anything is possible.
So, the end. The Space Cats did it, man. Kitty and the furry muffins hit the moon, making a cosmic scene with Earth hanging like a blue marble. Possible got a real zonk on the head, thanks to Elon and the Nerd Herd. That's the Lunar Wrap. The encore is done, but don't wig out, cats. This gig is still swinging like I did in the 80s. Later, Space Cats. Narrator is back on the mic. Dig this. The moon was just a cool pad. Kitty, she's a lioness, she's not bugged.
Wants it, Redder. She wants Mars. That's legendary, man. So the Homo Freakins call Eloni again, and he's already sketching an amphitheater in Valles Marineris.
Nerd Herd's got a new mission, Operation Red Rocks, designing star hoppers for 100,000 groovies. They're laying down a heavy cosmic bass line. The fleet is ready. Get ready, Earth! Get ready, Mars! Because this gig is wild, and the word is out, next stop is Uranus. Dig the cosmic dust, man. It's time to wave. Hey there, Cosmic Cats. Before you cut out, do me a solid. You dug the scene, right? You caught the groove, so let the universe know. Give that thumbs up a big ol' like, man. Don't be a square. Hit that subscribe button like it's the launch button for a star hopper. And listen, that little hotel bell icon, that's the R-ing-E-R, man. Ring that bell so you don't miss the next blast off. We got Kitty, we got Mars, we got Uranus. Yeah, it's gonna be a scene. Don't get left behind on this terrestrial gig. Catch you on the next orbit for Kitty and the furry muffins. Next stop Mars, then Uranus. Stay cool, stay groovy.
moving in my system. You got the touch and I give into the rhythm. I wanna know, do you feel it in the friction? 'Cause I can taste it when you kiss my body like that. I like the way that you're moving in my system. You got the touch and I give into the rhythm. I wanna know, do you feel it in the friction? 'Cause I can taste it when you kiss my body like that.
Break and fall, hard to break it all. I gotta say, to every mountain that comes your way, I'm the one to take.
Together,
This place has more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole.
be on your mind, like all the time. Your body's mine, so spend the night. Take your time, don't press rewind.
Whirlwind same sequence. Methane was the key. A symphony of flatulence for all the stars to
Letting go
see.
of the fear, all the rain or doubt. This is what I need. Finding the meaning. Letting go
Land near that geyser.
all the rain or doubt.
Setting down on Uranus.
This is what I
Professor Quirk, at your service. You've arrived just in time for the great methane meltdown. A true flatulence fiasco. This isn't just gas. It's a gas-powered jam session. But my instruments need a power source of pure, premium cosmic gas.
We believe the same. The wind within and the gaseous essence of the universe are fundamental to reality.
I don't know where we're going, always searching for now. But I have only reason, keep you closer tonight. But when the sun goes down, but when the sun goes down.
Our mission is to jam with the methane, to restore the planet's balance.
Your symphony aligns with our own cosmic cacophony.
Symphony is cool and all, but this place needs a rock anthem. This planet is where the real interstellar jam session happens.
This fanatic body, I got nothing to say. Just feeling super naughty, you can touch me all the way. In this fanatic body, I got nothing to say. Just feeling super naughty, you can touch me all the way. Baby, I loved you more than words can say. And I need you like fire needs a flame. Now I'm breaking, I'm waiting to hear you say my name. Baby, I loved you more than words can say.
Remember when I said I hate that show? I leave it on cause it's all I know. And I stay up waiting for you. Remember when I said I hate that show? I leave it on cause it's all I know. And I stay up waiting for you.
And I can't believe it's mine.
It's hard to find.
The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Furry kittens, and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Narrator. In today's episode, we're diving into a story that proves the rebellious, boundary-pushing spirit of Kitten the Furry Muffins is alive and well. It's just found a new home among the stars. Forget smoky coffee houses and cross-country road trips. Our next adventure takes us 54.6 million kilometers to 401 million kilometers out of our orbit, man.
Like 33.9 million miles to 249 million miles away for you Imperial nerds, depending on your mood.
Kit E and the Furry Muffins. Next stop Mars, then Uranus. EP5. Fresh off their lunar triumph, Kit E and the Furry Muffins were chilling in the Homo Freakians' cosmic den. The moon was epic, Kitty said, petting a duckling that had wandered into her lap. But I'm thinking bigger, bolder, redder. Saint Don Domenico Homofrician, husband of peace, looked up from his meditation. You don't mean... Peace Don Homofrician, wife of Saint Don, floated into the room, holding a tray of kombucha. Oh, she does, Peace said, her voice chiming like cosmic bells. She wants to play on Mars. The other band members, lounging on beanbags, erupted. Mars? Squawked Blueberry, nearly spilling her drink. The logistics would be a nightmare. Kitty stood up, her tail swishing with determination. Exactly. That's why it's perfect. We don't do possible. We do legendary. Think of it. Kit E and the Furry Muffins, live from the Red Planet. Harrietta and Pinky exchanged a look, the insane idea already taking root. Peace and St. Don knew there was only one person who could turn this brand of beautiful madness into reality. They made the call. The face that appeared on their holographic projector was already grinning. Mars, you say? Elon Musk's voice crackled with energy. Funny, I was just sketching out some plans for a Valles Marineris amphitheater. You read my mind. Elon swiveled in his chair at SpaceX Mission Control. A stage is only half the problem. We need to get the fans there. And Mars isn't a weekend trip. He turned to his lead engineer, Timmy, already sealed in an orange spacesuit. What's the status of the interplanetary transport system? Timmy looked up. The fleet is ready, sir. But passenger transport on that scale, the life support, the radiation shielding, it's a monumental challenge. A bald man in a Nerd Herd t-shirt stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Challenge accepted, said Scott Manley, whose call sign was Chief. The Nerd Herd went into overdrive. Blueprints for a collapsible, atmosphere-proof stage filled every screen. They designed a fleet of Starhopper shuttles, luxury cosmic cruisers for the long haul to Mars, complete with zero-G bars and holographic entertainment suites. The project was codenamed Operation Red Rocks. Meanwhile, Kitty and the Furry Muffins were in the studio, writing an anthem worthy of an interplanetary debut. Gorgonaut TBK laid down a bass line that mimicked the seismic rumbles of Olympus Mons, while Pinky's drumming sounded like a meteor shower impacting with perfect rhythm. The music was heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Months later, the day arrived. A fleet of gleaming starhoppers ascended from Earth, a silver river flowing towards the red star in the sky. On the bridge of the flagship, Kitty stood with Elon, watching Earth shrink into a blue marble. Any last-minute jitters, he asked. Kitty grinned, her eyes reflecting the starfield. I'm ready to make the universe shake. The stage, a marvel of engineering, was nestled in a vast Martian canyon. As the twin moons of Phobos and Deimos rose, the band took their places. The first power chord echoed across the red desert, and 100,000 fans in interconnected ecodomes roared. The concert on Mars had begun, and the next stop was already on their minds, Uranus.
Whoa, man, dig that! The whole cosmic scene is vibrating, you know? That was the sound of Kid and the Furry Muffins.
Heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Laying down the first power chord on the Red Planet.
100,000 fans in those little ecodomes, all the way out in a vast Martian canyon, with Phobos and Deimos hanging in the sky. It's a true space-age opera, folks. And can you believe that crazy cat Elon Musk sketching out the Valles Marineris amphitheater? That's just beautiful madness, baby. He and the Marathon, Scott Manley, Chief and all, they made it happen. Operation Red Rocks was a solid cosmic proof. But wait, don't pack your spacesuit away just yet, Daddy-O. The trip's not over. Ours was just the warm-up. The little aperitivo before the main course. Next stop, the word is on the street, it's the planet that just breathes jazz.
Yeah!
The destination is Uranus. You heard me?
Get the sideways spin, cats and kittens, because we're heading for the sideways rock. Keith Don and St. Don, those cosmic voyagers of the highest order.
They got a gassy greeting whispered on the solar winds from the great blue-green mystery.
Now we're talking about a planet with more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole.
They met Bree, the wind whisperer, who speaks in riddles and rhymes, and told them methane holds the key. Get this.
Professor Quirk, a cat with a wild handlebar mustache, wants to use the planet's natural flatulence to compose a universal symphony.
The Homo Freak duo says their mission is to jam with the methane to restore the planet's balance, but you know Kitty, she's got other ideas, man.
He's got that blender Catacaster strung with a cloud-woven string from Bree, ready to give Uranus what it really needs, a rock anthem.
So stay tuned, you cosmic cool cats, because this is the sound of the Great Methane Meltdown, the first annual Uranus Unplugged, a festival of music, science, and spiritual flatulence. It's a true flatulent fiasco. Dig it.
Jump aboard the Cosmic Comer, get ready for the view. Next stop, Uranus. What's the cosmic buzz do?
All right, today we are diving deep into a truly unique and, let's just say, aromatic creative universe. We're going to deconstruct the logic, the characters, and the narrative style of Homo Freakian World. And trust me, it's a wild ride, so you might want to buckle up. And boom, this slide right here gets to the absolute core of it all. You know, every great epic has that central conflict, right? That one recurring trial for its hero. Well, in Homo Freakian World, that trial is almost always a sudden, desperate, and incredibly urgent call from nature. This is it. This is the starting gun for pretty much every single adventure. Okay, so now that we've established that urgent foundation, let's properly step into this bizarre world. Our first section, welcome to Homo Freakian World. It's a place that's really defined by these crazy extremes. We've got this profound Zen-like patience smashing right up against the most urgent biological needs imaginable. So what exactly is this place? Well, it's a very specific kind of comedy. The whole thing is set in this rustic, kind of psychedelic world where the most mundane, everyday emergencies, like, you know, needing a bathroom and needing it now, are treated like they're these epic, soul-testing odysseys. The humor really comes from that massive, hilarious gap between the lowbrow sub and the super epic language used to talk about. And here we have our main players, right? This slide lays out the two central figures perfectly. On one side, you have Saint Dom Domenico. He's our hero, a guy of immense appetites whose internal plumbing basically dictates the entire plot. And on the other side, his wife, Peace Dom Homo Freakian. She's serene, she's competent, and she's basically the calm anchor, the wise observer to his frantic, digestive dramas. And this picture, this says it all, doesn't it? Here's St. Don coming out of the outhouse just glowing with relief, like he's just completed some mythic quest. And then there's Peace, just calmly reading her book, totally unfazed by the whole thing. His epic journey is just, you know, a minor background event in her perfectly tranquil afternoon. It's their whole dynamic in one single shot. Okay, so that's the setup, but how do these stories actually work? That brings us right to our next section where we're going to dissect the formula itself. Section 2, the Ballad of the Bowels. Let's take a look at the anatomy of a typical crisis. So get this, it's basically the hero's journey, just, you know, for a very specific kind of journey. It always kicks off with the call, which is usually described as some kind of ominous gurgle. Then, of course, comes the obstacle. Maybe it's a broken toilet, a scary-looking garden gnome, or even a giant spider. That triggers the frantic sprint, this blur of plaid and panic, which finally leads to the relief, a triumphant roar that echoes through the forest, every time. And when we get to that moment of relief, oh boy, the descriptions are, let's just say, they don't hold back. This quote right here is a perfect example. The writing just dives right into the graphic details. I mean, it celebrates them, using the shockingly specific imagery to create a moment of just pure, unapologetic comedy. So often the real turning point, the moment of crisis, comes down to one single fatal error. Let's break down this process. Step 1, an attempt is made for a small, controlled release, you know, just to alleviate pressure. Step 2, the immediate realization that this was a catastrophic miscalculation. This leads directly to Step 3, where a hopeful sound quickly devolves. And finally, Step 4, the result is a chart of biblical proportions.
It's really a tragedy in 4-act. And Peace's reaction to this biblical event, this quote just sums her up perfectly. It is a masterpiece of understanding. While St. Don is living through what feels like an apocalypse, she's just watching with this calm fascination, delivering a line that is both absolutely brutal and hilarious. You know, Peace's deadpan delivery is a huge part of the humor. But there's another voice that's even more crucial to the series' unique style, and that leads us straight into Section 3, the beatnik narrator. This is the voice that frames all of these bodily functions in the most cosmic, philosophical terms possible. Just listen to how we're introduced to this guy, a fella named Narrator who's our guide through this world. His voice immediately sets the super specific tone. You know, cool 1960s counterculture, applying the language of jazz clubs and coffeehouse poetry do well to this. So here's his playbook. The whole style is pure underground radio DJ, right? The language is just dripping with beatnik slang like daddy-o and dig it. But the real key is his technique. He takes cosmic, existential philosophies and applies it to the most mundane bodily functions you can imagine. And what's the effect? A simple run to the outhouse is transformed into a treacherous, soul-testing odyssey. It completely elevates the whole joke. The narrator's commentary is a huge part of this world. But believe it or not, it goes even deeper. The final layer of this universe is, of all things, sonic. Which brings us to Section 4, a symphony of gas, where we get to explore the extended musical side of Homo Freakian World.
Yeah, you heard me right. Within this universe, there's an actual in-universe band called Kit E and the Furry Muffins. Their existence basically allows the creators to explore all the core themes of the world, but through a totally different lens, a parody pop song. And their masterpiece is a parody of Madonna's Like a Virgin. A lyrical analysis, well, it reveals some truly profound lines. We go from the loneliness of the litter box to the inciting incident of eating bad tuna, their shame, their sensation, and then that final defiant declaration. I smell like a swamp. I smell like despair. But at least now everyone knows that I'm here. It's just absurdly brilliant. And just when you think it can't get any more ridiculous, the theme hits its absolute peak in something called the Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. Here, the stakes become literally astronomical. You've got a villain named the Chardonnator who is threatening the Celestial Symphony itself. And how do they beat him? Not with more chaos, but with a harmonizing drone. It takes the central joke to its most logical and somehow most illogical conclusion. So where does that leave us? After digging through all of this, what have we really learned? Is this some complex metaphor for the struggle between our base animal instincts and our higher aspirations? A deep commentary on finding peace in the middle of chaos? Or is it just maybe the most elaborately constructed, philosophically dense, and stylistically ambitious bathroom joke ever told? I think I'll let you be the judge of that.
This 息するのもめんどくさいこのままずっと沈んでいたいとりあえず気分を受ける意味覚えてるかい私の存在 Anyway こちら一人ぼっちエビデンずっと一人ぼっち
Ever eat something and just know you've made a terrible, terrible mistake? Well, today's story is all about that. We're diving into what the source material calls a heavy scene of gastrointestinal destiny. Yep, it's a wild ride, and it all kicks off with one single burrito. Wow. Okay, so that's literally the opening line from our source. It's a lot, I know. But honestly, it perfectly sets this bizarre, hilarious, kind of cosmic tone for what's coming. So let's meet the guy at the heart of it all. So our hero's name is, get this, Saint Don Domenico Homofrician. And the source describes him as a guy whose muscles literally wake the neighbors. So you can just imagine he's got an appetite to match, right? This is our guy, and believe me, he is about to face his greatest challenge ever. All right, so how does this all begin? Well, it's the classic tale of man versus food. Saint Don decided to tangle with a ghost pepper burrito. And, spoiler alerts, the burrito won. He starts feeling what the source calls an urgent, undeniable call. You know the one. Things are getting frantic. Okay, so our hero makes a mad dash for the bathroom. It should be a simple mission, right? A noble quest even. But nope, his path is blocked. The main objective, that beautiful indoor sanctuary, is completely out of commission. And just like that, a simple trip to the toilet becomes this epic journey. And this is what's standing in his way. A handwritten sign from his wife. Peace. You gotta love the I'm serious honey part. This isn't just a small problem, you guys. This is the first major obstacle on his path to what the story calls porcelain destiny. So, what are his options? Well, it's a pretty stark choice. On one hand, you've got the sanctuary. Indoors, civilized, everything he knows and loves. On the other hand, the last resort. An ancient, spider-infested outhouse way out at the edge of the yard. Oh, the horror. But hey, every great hero needs an ally, right? And his is incredible. Meet Peace Don Homofrician. The source literally calls her a powerlifting queen and goddess of demolition. So yeah, she's not messing around. She sees her man in distress and decides, okay, it's time to step in. So with plan A totally shot, Saint Don has no choice. He can't wait. He's got to make a mad dash for that outhouse, which, by the way, the source hilariously calls the edge of the universe. The quest has officially begun. And this is where it gets cinematic. Peace literally says, I shall clear your path to glory. And then, bam, she demolishes the back door with a primal scream. Out bursts Saint Don, clutching a roll of toilet paper like it's a sacred scroll, and he is just gone, sprinting across the yard in a blur of tie-dye. I mean, can you picture this? As he's running for his life, Peace is standing there in the wreckage of the doorway. The source says a single proud tear rolls down her cheek as she whispers this encouragement. It's so over the top and just perfect. So, he finally makes it. He reaches the outhouse. His hand is on the door. Freedom is in sight. But wait, the universe isn't done with him yet. There's one last boss battle. One final, horrifying challenge standing in his way. And what is this final ordeal, you ask? A spider. Of course it's a spider. But listen, we're not talking about some regular little guy. The source is very specific. This thing is the size of a dinner plate, just flexing all 8 of its hairy legs right in the middle of a giant web blocking the door. Nope, no thinking. And the way the source frames this is just epic. Man versus beast, burrito versus spider. I mean, come on.
This is it, the ultimate showdown. Everything is led to this single moment. It's him, the burrito, fighting from the inside, and this 8-legged monster guarding the gates of salvation. So what's a guy to do? For a split second, he just freezes. I mean, who wouldn't? But then, channeling the courage of 1,000 warriors, he just lets out this massive roar and plows headfirst right through that sticky web. The outhouse door slams shut, and he's in. And then, silence. After all that, the sprint, the demolished door, the spider battle, a kind of quiet calm just falls over the whole scene. The war is over. Destiny has been fulfilled. The door stays shut. You can just imagine this deep silence hanging in the air. And then, you just hear it. A faint, contented sigh floating on the breeze. That's it. That one little sound tells you everything. Our hero has won. Peace has been restored. And this quote from the source just nails it. After all that noise and chaos, the most powerful thing is just the quiet relief of victory. But wait, because it doesn't even end there. The story actually gives us a little sneak peek of what's coming next for St. Down, and, well, it gets even weirder, if you can believe it. Okay, get ready for this. It's called chromatic emission. It turns out our boy St. Dawn has a, let's call it a psychedelic biological gift. Basically, when he passes gas, he paints the air with a literal rainbow. The source calls it a toot of tranquility that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. I'm not making this up. And you can really feel the unique vibe of the source material here. The narrator has this awesome kind of beatnik style, and they talk directly to the audience. They're like, lay some skin on that thumb, commit to the scene, ring that bell. It's their way of connecting in this whole digital world. So, all of this leaves us with this one big final question, right? After everything he's been through, the burrito, the spider, the whole ordeal, you really start to wonder, what else is this guy capable of? It just goes to show you, even the most everyday struggles can feel like these huge cosmic battles.
Astrologer, Episode 4, The Weight of the Shadow. Since we are leaning into the things we feel but can't see, let's decant the first draft of The Angry Astrologer, Episode 4. We'll set the frequency to low frequency growl, obsidian clarity. The lead-in, the setting. Music for episode 3 is still swirling in the resonance chamber, but the shadow has already moved. You're standing on the ridge, even though the sun is out, you feel a heaviness that doesn't belong to your boots. That's the acoustic shadow. It's the anchor you didn't ask for, but it's the only thing keeping you from being a ghost. The core observation. We spend our lives squinting at the light of the future, forgetting that you can't see the iridescence in the mud without a little bit of shade. The shadow isn't an absence. It's a protected resonance. It's the space where the internal actually has room to breathe before it gets observed by the vacuum. The closing growl, the call to wait. If you feel lightheaded, it's not the altitude. It's because you're trying to untie your own anchor. Stop fighting the gravity of your history. The shadow is the bridge. It's the only place where the I.O. port actually tastes like truth. Sit in the dark for a minute. Your eyes will adjust, but your soul will finally settle. The shadow isn't just weight, it's a current. When the ridge flickers and the power surges, that's just the shadow speaking to the grid. It's the reminder that even our most permanent structures, the wires, the poles, the logic gates, are just guests in the temporary storm. If you don't have the weight of the shadow to hold your frequency, the surge will just scatter you. Drink the surge. Let it calibrate your pulse to the rhythm of the mountain. The shadow is where the husk resilience actually lives. It's the silence between the beats of Psychedelic Aire's music where you realize the structure hasn't collapsed. It's just breathing. Don't be afraid of the code red moments in your own logic. Those are just the places where the light hasn't reached yet because you haven't built the pillar. Stop looking for the exit and start looking for the anchor. The shadow is the only bridge that doesn't sway in the wind. When the power surges and the ridge flickers, don't look for the breaker box. Look for your feet. The surge is just a temporary energy trying to find a permanent place to land. If your architecture is grounded in the relational integrity of the creek bed, the surge won't blow your fuse. It'll just light up the iridescent toenails in the mud. Be the rock, not the wire.
Whoa, easy there, St. Don. You're laying down some serious architectural weight on the ribs today. I'm sitting here in the booth, and I can feel my lava lamp vibrating at a low-frequency growl just listening to you. You're talking about protected resonance and husk resilience, but man, you're making the shadows sound like a pair of lead boots in a deep-sea dive. I hear you telling us to be the rock, not the wire. But have you ever tried to dance while being a boulder? It's a real drag on the rhythm, Daddy-O. You say the shadow is the only bridge that doesn't sway, but out here in the beat, we like a little sway. If the bridge doesn't move, how do you know it's alive? You're worried about the code red moments in the logic gates, but I say let the fuse blow. That's just the universe's way of telling you to light a candle and find the wine opener. And those iridescent toenails in the mud, man, I don't know what you're drinking up there on the mountain, but past the jug this way, the surge is starting to taste like temporary lightning. Stay cool, St. Don. Don't let the anchor pull you so deep you forget how to float on the frequency.
Nar, my brother, my kindred spirit of the airwaves. You always did have a way of finding the sway in the static. You think I'm trying to sink the ship? And I'm just trying to make sure the I.O. port doesn't drift off into the vacuum before the song is over. I hear your bass line, and I feel the flick of your fingers. You're right, the rock doesn't dance, but it sure does provide a solid stage for your beatnik boots. If I'm digging into the relational integrity of the creek bed, it's only so the music of Psychedelic Aire has a place to breathe between the beats. Don't worry about me getting too heavy, Nar. Even a godman knows that the shadow is just the space where the light takes a nap. I'll keep the anchor set so you can keep the frequency high. We're both just guests in this temporary storm, man. I'm just making sure we don't get scattered before the final set. Peace and resonance to you, Nar. I'll see you where the ridge flickers.
Man, the cosmos is tripping like a hippie at a Grateful Dead concert. Good thing we have an angry astrologer to interpret the vibrations. If you want to continue hitchhiking on this magic bus, lick that thumbs up button.
Subscribe to the Celestial feed and ring the bell so we can nudge you before the next concert.
You don't need a miracle to get in this show, Daddy-O. Peace!
Jack, 1, 2, can you hear the meow? It's time for the muffins right here, right now. Got our claws on the chords, the beats in our paws, breaking all the interstellar laws. Yeah! We're Kitty and the gang, all set to take flight, leaving Earth's studio for a crazy gas night. Jump aboard the cosmic comber, get ready for the view. Next stop, Uranus. What's the cosmic buzz do? Uranus Unplugged, a gas-powered quest. For the funkiest flatulence, the very best.
Uranus Unplugged, a gas-powered odyssey. Peace Dawn and St. Dawn Homofreakian, cosmic voyagers of the highest order, received a most peculiar invitation. It wasn't written on paper or sent through the stars, but whispered on the solar winds, a gassy greeting from the sideways planet, Uranus. With their intrepid friend, Kid E, at the helm of their ship, the Cosmic Coma, they set a course for the great blue-green mystery. As they entered Uranus's atmosphere, the ship was tossed by sideways winds that howled like cosmic coyotes. "Whoa," Kitty yelled, gripping the controls. "This place has more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole." A shimmering, translucent figure appeared outside their viewport, dancing in the gales. The figure introduced herself as Bree, the Wind Whisperer. She spoke in riddles and rhymes, her voice like the rustling of 1,000 leaves. "Whirlwinds sing secrets," she whispered. "Methane holds the key, a symphony of flatulence for all the stars to see." She offered Kitty a single, cloud-woven string for her guitar. Intrigued, the trio landed near a massive, bubbling methane geyser. A man with a wild handlebar mustache and a lab coat covered in frost popped his head out of the geyser's opening. "Welcome," he boomed. "Professor Quirk, at your service. You've arrived just in time for the great methane meltdown, a true flatulent fiasco." Professor Quirk explained his grand experiment, to harness the planet's natural flatulence and compose a universal symphony. "Uranus isn't just gas," he declared. "It's a gas-powered jam session, but my instruments need a power source of pure, premium cosmic gas." "Peace," Dawn smiled. "We believe the same. The wind within and the gaseous essence of the universe are fundamental to reality." St. Dawn added, "Our mission is to jam with the methane, to restore the planet's balance. Your symphony aligns with our own cosmic cacophony." Kitty, however, had her own ideas. A symphony is cool and all, but this place needs a rock anthem. She attached Bree's cloud-woven string to her guitar, the Blender Catacaster. "This planet is where the real interstellar jam session happens," she declared. As Kitty struck the first power chord, a sound wave of pure, unadulterated rock and roll, mixed with a hint of cosmic gas, ripped through the atmosphere. The methane geysers erupted in time with the beat, and the sideways winds swirled into a funky dance. Professor Quirk's instruments whirred to life, capturing the melody. Peace and St. Dawn joined in, their voices weaving a harmonious chant with Kitty's electrifying riffs. Even Bree, the Wind Whisperer, added a chorus of whistling gales. From that day on, Uranus was known not just for its sideways spin, but for its sideways rock. The Great Methane Meltdown became the first annual Uranus Unplugged, a festival of music, science, and spiritual flatulence, proving that with a little harmony, even the gassiest planet in the solar system could find its groove.
Well, my furry muffs and muffins! Kid E, inspired by the sights, sounds, and smells of Uranus, has written an epic new tune. Wet Fart Lit for the very first time. In light of the explosive energy coming out of Uranus and the musing of recent Peace and St. Dawn Homofreakian events, tune in to the next episode, Nature Call. You'll experience what some people think is funny and hear Wet Fart Lit for the very first time. It's gonna be more than just a number 2 farter. Kitty and the Furry Muffins are crafting numerous music genre versions of Wet Fart for your enjoyment. If you dug the sights and sounds out of Uranus, don't forget to pull out your thumb and like this video. And, hey, if your skids left some marks, subscribe. Become well-worn in the Homofreakian world story time. If you're really getting into this, slap that bell so you get notified when the next one comes out.
I can't believe my eyes. I can't believe it's mine.
forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool, the one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
I was so confused. Like a wet fart, it's a feeling I haven't used. Oh, 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 can't you hear it? That low bubbling sound. Shame and the sensation when the pants hit the ground.
Heavy, my babies. That wasn't just a trip to the John. That was a spiritual awakening inside a wooden box.
You gotta hand it to St. Don Domenico. He stared into the abyss of a level 5
Code Red, chili-induced catastrophe, and lived to tell the tale. But let's be real, cats.
That cabin is going to need to air out for at least 3 spins of the globe. It just goes to show you, love is a wild gig.
1 minute you're sipping coffee with your old lady, and the next you're holding your breath while she laughs like a mountain stream at your post-traumatic roots. But hey, that's the groove. Even with bubble guts, he's still the luckiest man in the world. Dig it.
Now, flip the tape and gaze upwards, starry-eyed wanderers. We're leaving the woods and warping straight to the Homo Freakian Pub.
A celestial tavern where the planets themselves clink glasses. The vibes? Immaculate. Peace Dawn is wailing on the clarinet.
St. Don is laying down the funk on the keys, and the air smells like, well, well-intentioned flatulence.
But don't get too comfortable, Daddy-O. There's a discord blowing in from the void.
A cat named the Shartinator is crashing the party with a chrome tuba strapped to his back and a foggy voice like a broken foghorn.
He's looking to turn our sweet symphony into a sour mess on Uranus.
Can the crew tune up before the universe browns out? Let's spin it. This is The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart.
The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. The Homo Freakian Pub, a celestial tavern where planets clink glasses of cosmic cocktails, was grooving. Peace Dawn Homo Freakian, her dreadlocks swirling like nebulas, played a soulful melody on her clarinet. Her husband, St. Don, laid down a funky beat on a keyboard that seemed to be powered by the very rhythm of the cosmos. The air was thick, with the harmonious scent of well-intentioned flatulence, a testament to the pub's groovy vibes. Suddenly, the pub doors burst open, and a wave of noxious green gas rolled in. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, a chrome, tuba-like contraption strapped to his back. "Greetings, Homo Freakians," he boomed, his voice a discordant foghorn. "I am the Shartinator. Prepare to witness the ultimate power of the universe, the boundless potential of the Shart." The harmonious vibe of the pub curdled like sour space milk. Peace Dawn and St. Dawn exchanged a worried glance. This was no ordinary gas passer. This was a threat to the Celestial Symphony itself. "We need backup," Peace whispered, her voice barely audible over the Shartinator's cackling. St. Dawn nodded, his fingers flying across a hidden console on his keyboard, sending out a cosmic distress signal that rippled through the galaxies. The signal reached Kit E just as she was about to launch into a face-melting solo with her band, the Furry Muffins. "Hold the cosmic feedback, Muffins," she yowled, her ears twitching. The Homo Freakians are in a gas jam. Meanwhile, in their high-tech bunker, the nerd herd sensors went haywire. "Anomalous methane signature detected," one of them announced. "Source, Homo Freakian Pub. This requires immediate investigation." The heroes converged on Uranus, a planet of swirling methane clouds and a key point in the Celestial Symphony. The Shartinator was already there, his Shartinator 5000 spewing chaotic green gas, turning the planet's harmonious hum into a discordant shriek. "Let's rock this gas bag of existence," Kitty shouted, launching into a power chord. But the Shartinator simply laughed, absorbing the sonic energy and reflecting it back as a wave of pure, unadulterated Shart. The heroes were thrown back, defeated. Humbled, the heroes retreated to Pluto to seek the wisdom of the dog monks. Master Zenwolf, his fur the color of ancient starlight, listened patiently to their tale. "You cannot fight chaos with chaos," he said, his voice a calming rumble. The Sharknator's power comes from discord. You must counter it with harmony. Monk Christopher Hawkins, his voice a smooth, calming drawl, added, "The universe, my friends, is a symphony of farts. You must find the right notes to bring it back in tune." The heroes returned to Uranus, but this time they didn't attack. Instead, they began to play. Peace and St. Dawn wove a gentle, melodic tune. Kid E and the Furry Muffins added a layer of cosmic blues. The Nerd Herd, using their tech, analyzed the planet's natural frequencies and created a harmonizing drone. Even the Dog Monks joined in, their deep, resonant chants adding to the symphony. The Sharknator, initially amused, soon grew agitated. The harmonious music was like a soothing balm on his chaotic energy, neutralizing it. He blasted them with his Sharknator 5000, but the music simply absorbed the chaotic energy, transmuting it into a beautiful, shimmering chord. "No!" he screamed. "My chaos! My beautiful, stinky chaos!" The symphony swelled, a cosmic lullaby that resonated with the very soul of Uranus. The Sharknator's chaotic energy, with nowhere to go, turned inward. With a final, pathetic PFFT, he imploded, leaving behind only the faint, lingering scent of burnt space beans. The celestial symphony was restored, the harmonious hum of Uranus a testament to their victory. Freakian pub, the heroes celebrated with a cosmic jam session that shook the very foundations of the cosmos. The Nerd Herd, now believers of the power of harmonious flatulence, took copious notes. The legend of their gassy victory spread throughout the galaxies, a reminder that even in the face of the most noxious evil, a little harmony and a well-timed, good-natured fart can save the day.
That, my celestial cats and kittens, is how the cookie crumbles. Or should I say, how the wind breaks. The Sharknator has been silenced, leaving behind nothing but the faint scent of burnt space beans and a lesson in harmony.
Don't forget the volume, Daddy-O. It wasn't just harmony. The Furry Muffins melted that tin can gas bag with some serious sonic shredding.
Solid, sister. You cats really clawed your way to victory. But tell me, Kitty, is the air finally clear in here?
Mostly. Though, between you and me, that last power cord wasn't the only thing I ripped during the finale.
Crazy, man. Crazy. Keep it breezy. Now listen up, travelers of the multiverse. If this story inflated your spirits and tickled your chakras, you know what to do.
Claw that button like it's a brand new velvet sofa. Shred it to pieces.
Dig it. And if you want to stay hip to the next Cosmic Jam session, go ahead and subscribe. Join the Nerd Herd, the Dog Monks, and the rest of us freaks at the pub.
And ring the bell. Ding-a-ling-ding. Make it vibrate so you don't miss a beat. If you don't ring the bell, the Sharknator might come back and turn your notifications into noxious green gas.
You heard the feline. Stay tuned, stay funky, and remember,
Better out than in.
peace, love, and empty bowels, baby. We're out.
Smell like a swamp, I smell like despair. But at least now everyone knows that I'm here. Push a little harder, gotta make it right. Like a wet fart, lit for the very first time. Didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet fart, it's a feeling I have in you. Lit for the very first time, oh yeah.
All right, let's get into it. Today, we're constructing the of internet storytelling. It's all about a digital pop star, a wild quest across the metaverse, and the creation of a band with, well, a name you're not going to forget. The Furry Muffins. Yep, you heard me right. Let's dive into this psychedelic trip. Right off the bat, the story just throws you into the deep end with this line. It's poetic, a little bit weird, grammatically creative. And you know what? It's perfect. It sets this surreal, kind of beatnik tone for the entire world we're about to step into. It's basically telling you, hey, this is gonna get strange. So how is this whole thing structured? Well, the best way to think about it is like one of those Russian nesting dolls. The biggest, outermost doll is a show called Homo Freakian World, and that's our ticket into this absolutely bizarre universe. So first, we meet the host of the show, Saint Don Domenico, and Peace Don Homo Freakian. But they pretty much just show up to pass the mic to a storyteller named Narrator. He runs a segment called Beat Generation Revisited, and he's the one who's actually going to guide us through the main story. And that's where Narrator takes us to the next layer of the nesting doll, the real heart of the story. It's all about a digital pop star who's created this massive hit song, but she's also got a massive problem. So, meet Kit E. She's a Vocaloid artist, and she's done it. She's made her dream song, a track that could bring the whole world together. But then she finds herself standing on this huge, empty digital stage, and it hits her. Success is pretty hollow when you've got no one to share it with. And bam, that's what kicks off the whole quest. See, this isn't really just about music. It's about finding connection, about collaboration. Kit E knows what she has to do. She needs a band, and she's already got the perfect, incredible name picked out, the Furry Muffins. So, what's a lonely Vocaloid to do? She jacks into the metaverse to start her recruitment drive. And this is where the real adventure begins, a journey across all these different digital worlds to find the members for her band. The quest is laid out for us in 4 clear steps, almost like a video game. It's our roadmap for how this band is gonna get built. Each of these locations is a totally unique digital world where Kit E is hunting for a musician with a very specific talent she needs for her song, Neon Melody. First up, Kit E heads to Synth City, which is described as a neon-drenched metropolis of sound. I mean, just picture it, skyscrapers made of pure code. And it's there, in a digital plaza, that she finds her lead guitarist just absolutely shredding. The guitarist's name is Blueberry, a catwoman whose playing is this perfect mix of sweet and chaotic. Kitty tells her the name of the band. Blueberry just grins, and she's in, just like that. Muffin number 2 is officially on board. Okay, so with their guitarist in tow, the duo dives into a much darker, much more dangerous part of the metaverse, the data dungeons. This place is a maze of forgotten code and corrupted files, and it's where they're gonna find the foundation of the band. Down there, we find Gorgonaut, TBK, this very stoic catwoman who's guarding rare sound files. Blueberry says they need a bass line so powerful it can shake the entire metaverse. And Gorgonaut? She doesn't say a word. She just plucks one single deep note that says everything. She's in. All right, next, they need a drummer, the heartbeat of the band. That search takes the now growing crew to the Rhythm Ruins. This place is an ancient server farm where, get this, the ghosts of old programs danced to forgotten beats. This is where they're gonna find their pulse. And they find her. Harrietta isn't just playing a simple beat. She's weaving these incredibly complex rhythms that sound like the metaverse is alive. When Kitty tells her the rhythm feels alive, Harrietta just smiles and says she'll help them tell their story. So cool. So there's just one member left to find. The crew travels to the Pixel Gardens, and the vibe completely shifts. It's a super calm, beautiful world filled with cherry blossom trees made of light. And it's here they have to find this elusive rhythm guitarist who only goes by the name Pinky. They find Pinky under a tree, and as she plays, the digital flowers around her actually bloom. Tells her that they're music in the heart. And Pinky's response is just simple and perfect. I've been waiting for a song to call home. And with that, the band is complete. So Kit E's lonely journey is finally over. She went looking for a band, but she found her crew, her family. The quest is done. The Furry Muffins aren't just an idea anymore. They are a reality. I mean, look at that. The transformation is complete. One lonely solo artist has become a band of 5. 5 musicians, 5 friends, all ready to take on the metaverse as one. And we find ourselves back on that same digital stage that felt so big and empty at the beginning, only now Kitty Exie is surrounded by her bandmates. Her shout of "Hello, Metaverse" is met with this massive roar from a virtual crowd. The Furry Muffins had arrived. So, with the band's story told, we pull back one layer of the nesting doll. Our storyteller, Narrator, he comes back to wrap everything up in his signature beatnik style, and he has one final request for all of us. Narrator closes things out with a call to action, but it's all in his psychedelic slang. He asks for a thump-thump of appreciation, which of course means hit the like button. He tells us to slap that subscribe and to ring the chime of the cosmos. Turn on notifications. It's such a fun, clever way to break the fourth wall. And that brings us to the end. It's this strange, funny, totally out there story about a Vocaloid putting a band together, but it leaves you with this surprisingly deep thought. Through all that code and chaos, Kit E wasn't just building a band, she was building a community. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? In our own digital worlds, what does it actually take to create a connection that feels real?
virtual crowd's still roaring, but Kid E just dropped the wildest, biggest note of all, a gig on the actual moon. The Muffins were cool, but the bassist was hip to the facts. We got instruments, not rockets. So Pinky snapped her fingers and pointed to the Homo Freakians.
Legends in the tech world vibe.
Our band of cats had to get square for a minute. Hair is flying like confetti. Music, bucket, Pinky on a riff, and the groove synchronized the machinery. Impressed and amused, the Homo Freakians gave up the goods. The key to the nerd herd, the baddest builders in the whole digital universe.
The herd got the message. The moon, challenge, they said. And now, our muffins are on a ship, looking out at a futuristic stage being built on the lunar surface. The universe is about to get a front row seat to the biggest jam session in history.
Kid E and the Furry Muffins, a lunar concerto. Kid E and the Furry Muffins were the biggest band in the metaverse. Their concerts were legendary digital spectacles of light and sound. But for Kid E, the lead singer with starlight in her eyes, the metaverse was just a stepping stone. I want to play a real concert, Kitty declared to her bandmates after a show, on the actual moon. The Furry Muffins, a motley crew of talented musicians, looked at her with a mix of awe and disbelief. But how? Asked Gorgonaut TBK, the band's stoic bassist. We'll need help, said Harrietta, the band's pragmatic guitarist. Serious help. Pinky, the bubbly keyboardist, jumped up and down. I know who to ask. The Homo Freakians. They're tech geniuses and know everyone. The band found the Homo Freakians, Peace and Saint, in a cozy high-tech cabin filled with fluffy animals. A concert on the moon? Saint mused, a calm smile on his face. That's a new one. Peace, her eyes twinkling, added, we know the perfect people for the job. But first, you have to help us with a little project of our own. The little project was to build an automated feeding system for their animal sanctuary. The band, more used to digital interfaces than wrenches and wires, found themselves in a series of comical mishaps. Blueberry, the drummer, accidentally programmed a food dispenser to launch carrots like confetti. Then, an idea sparked. Harrietta started a beat on a nearby bucket, and Pinky joined in with a catchy riff on her guitar. The band turned the chaotic assembly into a rhythmic jam session, their music guiding the farm bots and synchronizing the machinery. Impressed and amused, the Homo Freakians upheld their end of the bargain. The nerd herd, Saint said, handing Kitty a glowing data chip. They're the best builders in the metaverse. This will get you to their hidden server. Back in the metaverse, the band found the hidden server, a digital fortress of code and light. They were greeted by the holographic avatars of the Nerd Herd, a group of brilliant, quirky tech geniuses led by the visionary Elon Musk. A concert on the moon? Elon's avatar said, a wide grin spreading across his face. Challenge accepted. The nerd herd got to work, their fingers flying across holographic keyboards as they designed the most epic concert stage the universe had ever seen. The final scene shows the moon, a magnificent futuristic stage being constructed on its surface. Down below, on a spaceship, Kitty and her band look out the window, their faces filled with awe and anticipation. The universe was about to get a front row seat to the greatest concert in history.
All right, cats and kittens, dig it. The stage is set. Man, the whole solar system's got a glow tonight.
A concert on the moon, you say? That's heavy. That's pure cosmic absurdity. The scene is locked, the blueprints are stacked, and the starship's no longer just a tin can. It's a chariot of rock.
We got Kitty with the big dream, the Homo Freakians with the connection, and the nerd herd, yeah, those square peg scientists, they're throwing down some serious space-time jam.
They modified the cargo bay, man. Turned a junk hall into a passenger lounge.
Smooth!
They're drawing up the lines, plotting the perfect groove to the Sea of Tranquility.
But the real question, Daddy-O, the one hanging there like that big blue marble.
Is the universe ready for this sound?
Can the lunar dust handle this much soul? The countdown has begun. The tickets are flying.
The silence is about to get loud. Catch you on the next orbit. When the music truly begins, stay cool, stay groovy. But hey, don't split, man. That's just the sound check. Next orbit, we're taking that Starship joyride. We're talking real rock and roll, low gravity style, on that big dusty drum. It's the A Lunar Concerto. Dig it. Kit E hits the high notes and the Earth drops the bass. It's gonna be a gas. Be there or be a square, man.
So there it is, man, the cosmic groove of the night, fading out like a square's memory.
Oh, to think of you and our love so new. Now I won't be blue. You make me look so good. Oh, baby, beautiful, so good. Don't stop, breathe until you feel no more. That's it till you drop. Roll your body on the floor, big dump, pop, yeah. Baby, get your trainers on, sweat them out, don't stop. I can make it smooth. Let me show you just how to move. When the beat drops, it's real cool. Let the music fill your soul. Any way you want it. I'm telling you well. You don't come home from nights out. I will be kicking you out. Wanna believe you? I'll always be there. I'll never leave you. I will. I'll never leave you. I will always be there. Watch a man show it. I don't tip so it don't loud. I come kick back with a louder bun. Try shit on my phone before I get done. Then I give them another one. Solo aquí no hay descanso.